Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
All right, let's do this. Brock and Salk Show this morning here on Seattle Sports on 710. SeattleSports.com, the Seattle Sports app, all the podcast platforms, 97.3 HD2 and YouTube. Incredible to be on all of those platforms. All of them. You can find us at all those spots. Isn't that amazing? Here we are in the year 2026, and you can find us in all of those different places, plus probably more that I don't even know about. 97.3 HD2 is the way to go, man. That's what I do. That's my preferred listening method. Get it in crystal clear, high definition radio. You just have to figure out how to work it on the stupid HD radio on your car, because they're all different and none of them make a lot of sense. It's not exactly intuitive, but it's worth like a moment or two of your time if you do occasionally listen to the station. Figure that out, because it sounds a whole lot better than listening on the AM dial. All right, a ton of stuff today, and Jeff Passan's going to be with us. I was hoping you guys might indulge me for just a moment, though, to start the show today. Yesterday, I learned that I don't want to say childhood hero. That's not accurate. But we wouldn't be here right now. At least I know I wouldn't be here right now doing this job if it weren't for a guy named Eddie Andelman, who passed away yesterday at the age of 89. Eddie essentially started the sports talk radio format. So if you're listening to this show or you've listened to other sports radio shows, he's a big part of the reason why. I've mentioned him every now and again on the show before, but I grew up listening to Eddie. Turns out, and I didn't realize it was this old, he started his first sports radio show, which may have been the first sports radio show in 1969, Maura. I know I'm getting old, but 1969 is when he first started the Sports Huddle with a couple of friends. Essentially, I didn't even know this part of the story. A local radio station owner heard him and his buddies talking sports at a bar and said, "Hey, I'm going to put you on the radio at night." And so they did this show, and they moved from this small little station and then to much bigger stations. And, ultimately it went from Sunday nights to he hosted Afternoon Drive in Boston for most of all of my childhood, really. And I'd listen to him with my dad, and he was hilarious. It was about sports, but it also wasn't just about sports. He would talk, he loved hot dogs, loved hot dogs. So each year he would eventually do a hot dog safari where he would search for the best hot dog, and all the money went to, I believe, the Joey Fund for Cystic Fibrosis. He would love Chinese food, but only in Boston. So he would call other cities, like in Bismarck or something, and Bismarck's North Dakota, and be like, "Hey, can I order Chinese food from your restaurant?" And he'd ask about their menu, and so he was just kind of crazy.
I will say Boston does have really good Chinese food. It
does, and he, I don't know, he was just sort of a weird, zany guy. I want to play you some sound. Hold on. My sound sheet's not here. Let me hold on one sec. Let me plug just so you hear what he sounds like. He's unique, that's for sure. Here's just a little of my guy Eddie Andelman. You can just hear the accent and all that. Here he is.
John McNamara, Manager of the Year, my foot. With all the moves that McNamara made during the World Series, or those that he didn't make, if John McNamara were an early explorer to this country, I'm certain the West Coast would still be Worcester. I'm Eddie Andelman.
So there you go. The West Coast wouldn't exist if John McNamara had been the explorer trying to discover the rest of America. Look, he was hilarious, and that I play you that clip. I found it this morning just because it perfectly sums up who the guy was. He'd give you a little bit of sports analysis. He hated hockey, hated it. Wouldn't talk about it if you paid him money. Be like, nope, not doing it. But he would take calls because that was sort of what.
Wait, in the 70s in Boston?
And the 80s, yeah. And 90, he hated it. Would not talk hockey. Thought it was the dumbest thing in the world. So my dad called him one time. I remember every once in a while. My dad would call every couple of years, not like a regular caller. And he told the two things, I think I've mentioned this before. One is he told Eddie he liked hockey, wanted to talk Bruins. And Eddie said something about how his idea for hockey was that there would be a hole in the ice, and when the puck went through the hole, it would get spit out somewhere else on the rink, and then everyone else would have to run over to where it was, or skate over to where it was, sort of like a mini golf course or something. My dad also called to complain about overtime in football one time. I've told this story, I think, before, where, because overtime was dumb, right? The coin flip, and then whoever scores first. It's always been dumb. Thankfully, they've made it a little bit better over the years. And Eddie says, I always thought that each team should carry 53 players and one archer. And at the end of the game, they put up a target, and the two archers would shoot. Whoever was closest, they get the ball first. And he just look, I don't know whether you find that funny or not, but the ability to come up with that off the top of your head was incredible. He really was brilliant. He was also an incredible businessman. Bought up all of the land around Foxborough Stadium, and when they built what's now Gillette Stadium, he had to sell it all. Like, they bought it all from him so that the Crafts could own all that land that they needed. So he really did very well in a whole bunch of different ways. I think at the end he was really hard to work with, is my understanding, and I think that probably tainted some of his legacy in Boston. I was looking yesterday. I didn't see a ton of tributes. I mentioned him when I was on the air at the Super Bowl and got kind of an eye roll and something like that. People just have sort of, I don't know, just kind of forgotten, I think, the early part of his legacy, which is enormous. I honestly, I know Mike and the Mad Dog, and there were some others who play enormous roles in the growth and the history of this format. But for me, I grew up listening to Eddie Andelman every day. He started in 1969, which is incredible. And I'll never forget him, because he used to be on WHDH. 266-1100, you're next on WHDH. And he'd say that over and over and over again. And that was me and my dad, just driving home from school or his job or whatever it was. He'd pick me up somewhere at night. We would listen to that essentially every day. So R.I.P. to Eddie Andelman, just super sad. And his kids went on to start something called the Phantom Gourmet, which is a really great restaurant review site and show and all that, where they go in, like, they don't tell you who the Phantom goes in and reviews your restaurant. So anyway, it was sad to see yesterday that Eddie had passed away at the age of 89. We got a million soccer texts and stuff, of course, this morning. Let's see. Salk, your take on the World Cup broadcast is spot on. Thank you. Zero insight from Fox. Spoon-fed lines like they play better when they play with energy, and let's see if they can find an angle. Then I'm lectured by my soccer buddies that I don't understand or appreciate the game. Well, no crap. I get more insight and value from a synchronized swimming broadcast than I do from the World Cup. I'm there with you, 212. I got you. I agree. Anxious to hear Salk's beat on the 4 ties yesterday in World Cup play. Look, I'm not anti-tie. I mean, I grew up watching hockey with ties, and I don't have, the biggest problem with ties in regular season. I don't understand how you have a tie in a tournament. How do you have a tie in a tournament? I guess you could say, or I guess this is just the opening round, so I guess I'm not that mad about it. Who cares? I don't know. Whatever. Curious this morning if the magic of the World Cup has affected Salk's cold, dead heart. No, it's made it colder and, I guess, deader? I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't do it for me. Sorry. How was the game yesterday? Anybody watch the game here? How was it? Was it good? It was a 1-1 tie, right? Was that good?
It was an exciting 1-1 tie.
It was?
Yeah, I think Egypt scored in the first half, and there was a ton of Egypt fans in the stands, it looked like. And then Belgium brought on Lukaku, who's their old guy who was kind of the GOAT early in his career.
Okay.
And he scored in 30 seconds.
Oh, so they brought. How old is the old guy? 29,
mid-30s. Yeah. But I mean, it was a pretty good game.
Doesn't sound good. Got to be honest. Sounds pretty awful. It sounds like every other soccer game. So really not very good. But I'm glad everyone here enjoyed it. I hope everyone stays safe out there. We got a couple days of rest now before the U.S. plays Australia on Friday, and I'm not going to be watching. I'm going to go golf, which will be great because then I'll miss the whole thing. Okay, we'll take a quick break. Salk, do you even want to like soccer? No. No, I don't want to like it at all. Why would anyone want to like? No. Of course I don't. I've got enough sports in my life. I don't need this, boring fly. And I already have one boring sport in my life. I already have golf and baseball. You don't need golf and baseball and soccer. Like, I've already chosen my two. I don't have room for another boring sport. Like, you can only have a couple of those. I love golf, and I'm happy to sleep to it, and I'll be watching the U.S. Open this weekend. I love baseball, and I find it exciting, but I understand it's slow. I don't need a third boring sport where nothing happens. I've already got two of them. We'll be right back with everything you need to know next.
Think you know the Mariners? Not if you aren't subscribed to the Daily Mariners newsletter from Seattle Sports.
That's what they've been waiting for.
The latest Mariners news and injury updates, exclusives from Mariners insider Shannon Dreyer.
You look at the pieces and how it works.
Plus the best takes and breakdowns from your favorite Seattle Sports hosts and contributors.
The Mariners seem to be trying to build something that I think is a little bit more sustainable.
The Daily Mariners newsletter.
Monster solo home run.
Subscribe at seattlesports.com/newsletter.
Need a lift? At Levitt Machinery, we take a different approach to help you lift more and worry less. We take the time to learn how you work. Then we match your business with equipment that solves your unique challenges. From forklifts and telehandlers to track loaders and excavators, we make sure you get the right equipment at the right cost. Because when your equipment does its job, you can focus on yours. Talk to Levitt Machinery today. Stack it, reach it, lift it, Levitt.
Immaculate greens, unrivaled natural beauty, championship caliber conditions. Bump letting you know Loomis Trail is the epitome of Northwest golf. With water in play on every hole and tree-lined fairways, you better hit them straight. Loomis Trail provides a fantastic golf experience for those who want a challenge and those looking for a fun getaway. What round are you up for? Tee times available online at golfloomis.com. Start planning your perfect golf getaway today. After the round, enjoy a stay at Silver Reef Casino Resort. Go to golfloomis.com.
It's the Diablo Performance Event at Par Lumber. Get 20% off all Diablo tool products, including saw blades, drill bits, and hole saws. Premium performance, unbeatable price. Now through June 20th at your local Par Lumber. Visit par.com for more details.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Does your yard need shade, privacy, or a little brightening up? Look no further than Big Trees. I'm Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. At our 30-acre location, there are thousands of trees to choose from and knowledgeable staff, including a board-certified master arborist, to help you find exactly what you're looking for. Visit the nursery and learn more about Big Trees at bigtreesupply.com.
Beauty, privacy, instantly. Big Trees.
This summer, go electric and save big at Toyota of Kirkland. The all-new Toyota CHR delivers 338 horsepower, standard all-wheel drive, and up to 287 miles of range. Check out the Toyota BZ, the EV SUV built for the Northwest. Their expert team is ready to walk you through every feature. Take a test drive today and take that car home the same day. Visit their incredible showroom today at Toyota of Kirkland. Summer savings are happening now. ToyotaofKirkland.com.
O'Brien.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code BUILD to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code BUILD to borrow up to $10,000. Use code BUILD to borrow up to $10,000.
Mariners and Orioles tonight at T-Mobile. First pitch at 6:40, 5:30 pregame. Every pitch, every game, one app for free. The Seattle Sports app.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy. With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Dave Wyman here, and the folks at Bellevue Rare Coins say higher prices have enticed more Americans to cash out their jewelry, gold, and silver items. Here's a story from a real customer. She walked into Bellevue Rare Coins with an old bag of jewelry, a little bit nervous, a little bit embarrassed because it was mostly old tangled chains and pieces she hadn't looked at in years. When they gave her the total, she couldn't believe what it was worth. Go see what your jewelry is worth with a free consultation. Bellevue Rare Coins is now in Linwood, Issaquah, Tacoma, and Bellevue.
Get ready. Seattle soccer fever is taking over. Join us at noon on Friday, June 19th at Muckleshoot Casino Resort as the U.S. men's national team takes the field. Brought to you by Seattle Sports. Plus, don't miss your chance to meet a Seattle Sports on-air personality who'll be on site with exclusive giveaways all game long. You could win a 2-year lease on a Mini Cooper from Seattle BMW Mini. And the first 200 guests get a free hot dog and chip. Be there June 19th at Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, after a nice off day yesterday, travel, little rest, and maybe some time to sit and make some decisions. The Mariners will get back to it tonight. Baltimore is in for 3, then Boston after that. Seattle Times reporting Cal Raleigh will return to the lineup tonight. J.P. Crawford should as well, and Cal looked pretty darn good in a short stint in Tacoma. Harold Reynolds says, yeah, he saw enough to believe things are going to look really good when he comes back.
I said he hit 5. I'm not going to show you all 5 of them. But just the timing, everything's fluid. Even that he's full, but because he's got himself in a good position, he can homer. Now let's go to right side. Same thing. Start early, boom, homer. All right, now, here's what he's added. I want you to just watch this because if you look at what he's doing, just to silhouette, he's moving already. He's moving early before the pitcher even delivered. He was a still, stiff hitter. Now he's got rhythm even before the ball is thrown. And boom, Cal Raleigh is back. And I think he will be on fire when he comes back to the big league starting tomorrow. What?
Well, that would be a pretty huge deal if you got a on-fire version of Cal Raleigh, something that a lot of the predictions for this team were based on, right? An expectation that you would get, all right, maybe not the 60 home runs, but some version of Cal Raleigh that continued to carry the Mariners. We haven't seen that at any point, and we sit here, almost halfway through the season. So the idea of getting that version of Cal back, probably a bigger deal than anybody has even really talked about. Seattle Times, as I said he'll be back, and they'll have some decisions. Do you want to send down Pareda? Do you want to IL Ref Snyder? Brock and I talked through some of that yesterday. John Morosi weighed in with Wyman and Bob.
Pareda, to me, has earned the right to still be a part of this team, in my opinion. Now, what that means for Garver in terms of creating potentially some redundancy, believe me, Garver's the kind of guy, and we'll see how this all plays out. Is Garver someone that would have some trade value out there to help you bring back a reliever now? I would not be opposed to that concept, just because when you look at how long Garver is signed for and then the Pareda possibility, Pareda could be with this team for a long time. And he has shown he's a good two-way catcher. For me, he stays on the team, and then you see if there's a way to potentially move Garver to a team that has a greater need for a catcher right now. That's what, and to maybe bring back a reliever in return.
Love my guy Morosi. I don't think I agree with that analysis. First of all, I just don't know how much Mitch Garver gets you in a trade. This is a guy that was available to everybody during the offseason, and nobody signed him, nobody wanted him. Secondly, Cal Cal has gotten an injury that is very, very famous for coming back over and over again. I don't think I want to be in the business of trading either of the other two catchers on the roster. I think I want to be in the business of giving Cal as much opportunity as possible to DH as often as he can. And it's probably not the direction that I would want to go. We also going to find out tonight what happens with the starting pitching, right? We know they had the off day. That should eliminate the 6-man rotation, at least in my mind. Logan will start tonight. Kirby will go tomorrow. And after that, we don't know. They haven't made any announcements about the rest of the homestand. Will we see Randy back tonight? Will we see Naylor back tonight? Will we see Munoz back tonight? Or does he end up having to hit the IL? A lot of questions ahead of the Mariners to be answered, hopefully later today, when our guy Justin Hollander meets with the media before the game.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Speaking of baseball, Julio Rodriguez, Randy Arozarena, as voting came out yesterday for the All-Star ballots, they are 6th and 7th, respectively, in the outfielder voting, which, top 3 are going to earn starting spots. So they're behind Aaron Judge, Mike Trout, Cody Bellinger. Those would be the top 3 right now. And then Byron Buxton and Riley Green. So the Mariners did not do well in this early voting. No Mariner ranked higher than 6th at their position. None. No Mariner ranked higher than 6th at their position. At least with Julio and Randy, that's for 3 spots as opposed to just 1. But Cal was 6th. Brandon Donovan was 6th, which should probably show you how silly the fan voting is. No other Mariner was even higher than 7th at their position. There were a bunch of 7s and a couple of 8s in there as well. So if you want some of these guys to represent the team, maybe even start in the All-Star game, got to start voting. Go to MLB.com and try to help some of the guys out, because that is look, I know they have underperformed as a team, but they went to the ALCS last year. We're Game 7 moments away from going to the World Series. It doesn't feel like the kind of reward that is deserving for that.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
And yes, Seattle did host its first World Cup game yesterday. It was, of course, a tie. Belgium and Egypt each scored a goal. It kind of seemed from reading about it that Belgium was happy with the result, but Egypt was disappointed. But the rankings kind of say otherwise, that Belgium was ahead of Egypt. So I don't know what to make of that. The main event, Friday, U.S. plays Australia. The Aussies ranked higher than Paraguay, lower than the U.S. That's all I got. Brandon Sorsby's going to enter the supplemental draft. Could go 2nd, 3rd, 4th round. I did see one mention of the Seahawks there as a possibility if they were looking to secure a long-term option at quarterback. I don't see that happening, but I guess we'll find out. Here's what Tom Pelissero told us about Sorsby.
Brendan Sorsby is another who, for some people, had a really high grade, a first-round grade. It would have been a first-round prospect in this draft. So all of a sudden, you would have a quarterback at the most important position go into the supplemental draft. You would certainly be seeking clarity from the NFL on whether they would take any NCAA punishment and apply it to NFL punishment, similar to what they did with Terrell Pryor once upon a time. But that was in a different era of college football. That was a guy getting suspended for free tattoos. Now players can be paid above the table multi-millions of dollars. But I would just say, if Brendan Sorsby, if he goes into the supplemental draft, we are probably going to have the highest drafted supplemental draft player in decades.
Well, 2nd round, 3rd round, maybe as low as the 4th. We'll find out. And then this is kind of weird, but the Torrent are going to draft 2nd in tomorrow's draft. That's the women's hockey team. They'll miss out on Caroline Harvey, generational player. They'll get to choose between a forward and Abby Murphy, who is one of the great goal scorers in college history, or a defender in Layla Edwards, who was a huge hero for the U.S. team in the Olympics. It'll be interesting to see which direction they go tomorrow. That is everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Yeah, both of those players are very different. Abby Murphy's like super brash. She's the one, remember that goal that kind of made the rounds on social media where she lifted the stick up and then lifted the puck up rather with her stick and then essentially threw a bounce pass. It was pretty incredible. If you get a chance to look it up, it's crazy. Look up Abby Murphy assist and you'll see it. It's really insane what she did. She's just a wizard offensively, but apparently a bit of a loose cannon. So we'll see whether they want the loose cannon or the very well-respected Layla Edwards. All right. I'm going to play you something. We'll get some Daniel Kramer trying to figure out what the heck the Mariners are going to do with all of these open questions. And then at 6:45, Maury, you sent something over last night that I hadn't heard about the Seahawks, and it's specifically about Mike McDonald, that is music to my ears. I couldn't imagine a higher compliment. I couldn't imagine hearing something that forget about all of the lack of respect and all that. When you hear this, I'll play it for you in about 20 minutes. You will be like, oh yeah, then the Seahawks are doing it right. We're in good shape. It's coming up on Brock and Salk.
Have you downloaded the Seattle Sports app?
We're going to have a challenge right here.
What are you waiting for?
Listen to this.
Every pitch.
Here comes the 3-2.
Every game.
Swung on and missed. Got him.
One app for free.
How about that, folks?
The Seattle Sports app. Every game.
Julio racing back.
Right in the palm of your hands.
Makes a leap and makes the catch.
Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcasts.
They got it. Wow.
The Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Mike Salk here. I don't know when the last time was that you inspected your crawl space or your attic. It's probably been a while, right? If you're anything like me. Now's actually a pretty good time to do it. The weather is nice. The weather is dry. And you can get Crawl Pros to come out so that you don't have to go in there yourself. They'll go where you don't want to. They'll check it for everything, really. Maybe you got a problem with rodents. Maybe you've got water intrusion. The big one, I think, is insulation, especially with the hot weather we had the last couple days. If it's been like way too hot in your house, it might just be because the insulation isn't what it's supposed to be. Maybe it's failing. Maybe it's old. Maybe you don't have any, and then they'll help you find significant utility rebates that are available to help you pay for the cost of getting all that fixed. Don't just assume your crawl space and attic are in good shape. Do exactly what I did. Call Crawl Pros today, schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection, and learn if you've got any issues with water intrusion, mold, rodents, or any damaged insulation. Schedule that crawl space and attic inspection today. Go to crawlpros.com.
Whatever the heat index, stay cool this summer. Ask your Bryan dealer to maintain your current system or install an energy-efficient Evolution system. Learn more and schedule an appointment with a factory-authorized dealer today at BryantNorthwest.com. Whatever it takes.
Hey baseball fans, Rick Witters with Cressy Door. At Cressy Door, we offer top-of-the-line garage doors, garage door service, and garage door repairs. Residential or commercial, please consider Cressy Door for all of your garage door needs. Cressy Door.
Thinking about upgrading your water heater? Snohomish PUD can help. Right now, you can get $1,000 back when you install a qualifying heat pump water heater. These systems use far less energy than standard electric tanks, which means lower electric bills for you. Oh, nice. Choose an eligible model, apply for your rebate within 90 days, and get cash back from PUD. Learn more at snowpud.com/rebates.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
At Wrangler, we know the essential question for any guy is, can I go like this? It could be date night, boys' night, work, or your nephew's school play. It could be anything. And the last thing you want to do is change. That's why Wrangler makes jeans, shirts, jackets, and tees that answer yes to life's essential question. You can go in Wrangler. Check out our latest styles today at Wrangler.com. Wrangler for the ride of life.
Do you have stiff laundry or scale buildup on your sinks and showers? Those are classic signs of hard water. At Culligan, they deliver softer, cleaner water throughout your entire home. A Culligan water softener removes the hardness from your water and extends the life of your appliances. Plus, it can improve the quality of your skin and hair. Ask about 12-month, no payment, no interest financing too. Go to Culligan.com. That's Culligan.com. Contaminants or impurities may not be in your water.
Compassion, communication, results. That's Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to PendergastLaw.com. That's PendergastLaw.com.
What if I told you a local credit union is giving members up to $30 per month just to make everyday purchases? Dave Wyman here, and when I heard about the offer from Harborstone Credit Union, I said, sign me up. And that's what I did at harborstone.com/cash. You know, I'm not a tech-savvy guy, but opening a checking account was easy enough for me to figure out. I got my PNW Cashback checking account for free, no fees or minimums, and when I make everyday purchases with my Harborstone PNW Cashback debit card, I earn up to $30 each month. My wife loves it when I get cash back on gas, groceries, coffee, travel, and lunch. All categories count towards your cash back. You can even tap to pay. If you live, work, or worship in the state of Washington, sign up for a membership with Harborstone Credit Union and get the PNW Cashback free checking account. Open your free account online like I did at harborstone.com/cash or visit one of their 29 branches across the Northwest.
Insured by NCUA. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, it's G. Scott. Let's talk real for a sec. Summer is supposed to be about sunshine and kids having fun. But when the kids are home all day, that grocery bill, yeah, it grow fast. That's why I want you to know about Sunbucks and why our friends at Safeway are helping get the word out. If your family qualifies, you can receive $120 per child to spend on groceries this summer. Food in your cart and a little less pressure on that budget. And let me be clear about this. There's no catch, no judgment. This program is simply about making sure kids have enough to eat when school is out. Here's the important part. Many families are enrolled automatically, and a card may already be headed to your mailbox. But some families do need to apply depending on income and where you live. So take a couple minutes and check. Visit freesummermeals.org. That's freesummermeals.org. Safeway, looking out for your family this summer. Once again, that's freesummermeals.org.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Yeah, Brock, you said it earlier. Monday today is an off day for the Mariners, and sometimes off days are action days, and certainly coming off a 4-6 road trip, certainly coming off two kind of lifeless games Saturday, Sunday in D.C., and with the glut of starting pitching and a couple other guys ready to return from being hurt, there's a lot of potential things the Mariners can do here in the next day or so. So let's talk to a guy who is covering the team every day, and I've just been impressed. I've talked about this a few times. I think this year, just the combination of coverage we're getting on the Mariners, obviously Shannon, but Adam Jude and Ryan Divish and Daniel Kramer, I think it's been a great group. They do an awesome job, and Daniel's done a ton of cool stuff. So glad to have him on the show today from Mariners.com, MLB.com. Daniel Kramer, good morning, sir. How are you?
Well, now I'm blushing.
As you should. That was the goal. Yeah. Yeah, we're trying to make our guests blush more.
I'm doing good. I am standing directly under the Washington Monument, actually, right now. I couldn't get out last night, and there was also a ton of thunderstorms that delayed the team from getting out as well. So booked the flight for this afternoon and thought I'd just pop around and do a little sightseeing before heading home. You know, take a breather from a pretty long road trip.
Well, it's a great city for that, and maybe what you need after especially the last couple of games. I don't know whether there's an answer to this, but what do you attribute the inconsistency to?
Yeah, it's a good question and a big picture one. I think it's so hard to get a grip on the identity of this team and where they're going, because where they have been has just been so up and down. It's been one step forward, and it seems like 1.5 steps back, even though they sit in first place, one game above 500. The East Coast is always a difficult challenge to travel to, and especially when you're over there for a week and a half. Nonetheless, you know, the past 10 games, they looked a lot more like the team over the first 7-8 weeks of the season, and certainly not like the one that rattled off the 8-game win streak and then, you know, put together another good series or two after. And that was really what I had been looking for from this team, you know, coming out of all the struggles that they had in March and April and early May. Was just like, can they put together a string of 2 to 3 weeks of success rather than like 1 to 2 series? And so you just started to see a lot of the ingredients to their hiccups earlier in the season just kind of manifest themselves in different ways over the past 10 games. I mean, and it was just so up and down too, right? Like, I was only in Baltimore and DC, so I didn't go to Detroit, but like they win those first 2 games of the series in Baltimore, some tense games where the one with the 2 challenges, like they kept their foot on the gas. That was a lot closer than it looked, and they come out with the win. But then you see, Bryan have another clunker. And then Emerson have a clunker yesterday on the heels of, in between, Bryce putting together maybe the best start of the entire season from this rotation. Mm-hmm. It's just so hard to pinpoint because some days it's the offense that looks just so stale. Some days it's the rotation, getting battered around. Same for the bullpen. Granted, they've taken quite a few hits on this road trip on the injury front in that regard too. So it's tough to pinpoint one specific thing that's caused all these inconsistencies. I just think it's been a frustrating cocktail of a whole bunch of different things, of a really talented roster just not quite playing up to its potential quite yet.
Daniel, is the simplest explanation and excuse you just don't have your group? Like, it's really hard to be consistent, get everybody on the same page when it's constant injury, constant roster shuffling, constant new faces, constantly new lineups. That it just simply is because this is not the team that when we were all in spring training looking at that lineup 1 through 9, we've been able to ever even see consistently.
I think that's certainly a fair assessment for the road trip. But if you talk about holistically the season as a whole, I think that might be a little bit of a stretch because, Cal has been out for a month, but he was still there for the first month and a half. You've had Brash sidelined for extended stretches as well. And, a couple other injuries that have impacted them here and there, but it's just like there have been times when they've had the whole group together and still not been able to put it all together. So I don't know. I think, kind of building on that point and looking ahead, they are going to be adding some reinforcements coming back. These should be a good reprieve for, especially given how tough the end of this road trip was. Nonetheless, you've only been without Randy for 2 games. He's not going, it doesn't sound like he's going on the IL, but you still got to find a way to compete in the 2 games that he's not going to be out there, which didn't really seem to be the case on Saturday and Sunday in particular. Those ones got out of hand, Sunday especially, pretty early. So you just got to find more consistency, and you've got to hope that guys who are filling in step up. But Brock, that's a good point. Yesterday they had 5 dudes out there who are quality depth pieces to the roster that the team was going to lean on at some point. They always knew, just not all at once. When you talk about Mastroboni at third base, Wisdom coming off the bench to take over for Naylor, Pareda behind the plate, Nick Davila, and then Robles in center field, which that was just to get Julio off his feet, which he probably needs a day to get off his feet. So it's a lot going on, but I think that's certainly an explanation for the past week or so. But holistically, bigger picture, you want to see more than one game above 500 at this stage of the season.
Yeah, and it unfortunately doesn't really explain some of the sloppiness. I think that's the thing that's bothered me even more than, okay, sometimes you're not going to pitch, some days you're not going to hit. Control what you can control, which is the sloppy play. But let's start to spin this forward. We're talking to Dan Kramer from MLB.com and Mariners.com. So today is their day to kind of think through what they want to do. In all likelihood, we think Cal's coming back tomorrow. We think JP's coming back tomorrow. You no longer are probably going to stick with a 6-man rotation. Because the off days are now built in. Kate Anderson continues to dominate Double-A pitching. What are you doing with all these things if you are Jerry and Justin and the brain trust with the Mariners?
It's a good question, and one I haven't gotten an answer to quite yet. They explicitly did not include probable pitchers on their game notes yesterday. Sometimes that's normal, especially if there's an off day and in between an upcoming series. It's not out of the realm for them to just not have the starting pitchers on the game notes, but we still haven't gotten clarification on who's going for this 6-game homestand. On paper, you could cleanly continue with this 6-man rotation because every guy would get an outing, and then you would go back out on the road after an off day and potentially push the decision until that point. But, the fact that they were willing to do it, when Bryce first came off the IL, granted, the situation was explicit about wanting to protect him, and, Luis on paper was the clearest guy to do so with because of his struggles. Like, how much has that changed? Because we've seen a couple of clunkers from Bryan now, and, George has struggled to find consistency as well. I would not really necessarily include that start in Baltimore because he got no run support and had 10 punchies. But, do you piggyback, two different guys? Do you piggyback Luis with a different starter? I don't think you want to compromise Bryce right now because, like I said, he was just absolutely dynamite on Friday night here in Washington and has looked that part since coming back, even going through the challenges of the piggyback. So, how much has the calculus changed? Not quite sure at this point. And don't know if we'll get an answer on that today or if it's something that we'll talk about with Justin tomorrow when he holds the, state of the IL address as he does at the outset of each homestand.
Let me ask you, what would you do? If you were in their shoes, what would you do now, given that you've got 6 starting pitchers plus Cade Anderson, you're missing Matt Brash, you might be missing Andres Munoz. What are you doing? How would you handle it?
Yeah. I think at this rate you want to maximize Bryce's starts. I think he's the guy that you don't want to compromise, like I said. So if you're going to go back to some sort of piggyback, I would not think that would be the route that they would go with Bryce in particular. And how that impacts the routine of other guys. We saw the very strong reactions from, the lack of communication that went into it. Maybe if you communicated a little bit more cleanly, they can avoid some of that. But regardless, it's a complicated situation where, I've written about it since mid-May when Bryce first went on his rehab assignment. Going down that route, whoever's involved, not everybody's going to be happy. So, how do you navigate that? Conversely, is everybody really happy with the 6-man rotation? It throws off routines. You only pitch when there's an off day baked in once a week. We saw that, with Bryan coming out of that rough outing in Baltimore. It's doesn't get another opportunity to right the ship for a whole another 7 days. So he's just kind of sitting there with that. Same with George, who felt like he kind of turned a corner. And him in particular, you wonder how much the extra days of rest would impact him. How they go about the bullpen is a great question. Talking to Munoz in passing yesterday, what he said was it's nothing to worry about. But he also didn't want to have an on the record interview because he hadn't really gathered what he thought was enough information to speak on it. And some of that's understandable. He came out in the 8th inning. They're packing up all their stuff to get on the plane, cross country flight. So, that's understandable. But nonetheless, it's a lower back situation that he dealt with 2 years ago and pitched through. He never went on the IL, but it certainly impacted him at certain points in that season. So, is there a cause for concern about, wanting to get him some additional rest, whether that's a 2-week stretch on the IL or, it was his first outing in 6 days too. So, he has been getting rest in between relief appearances. So, it's just like you said, Salk, it's just they got a lot of decisions to make. How Cade fits into all this, it's a great question because, from putting eyes on him at spring training for the first time and seeing him, just with the mound presence and the stuff, I was like, this is a guy who's going to record you consequential outs at some point, important high-stakes outs. I was always targeting September and then him being a part of whatever playoff rosters that they have. On paper, if he continues to check all those boxes, that's the trajectory he could be on. And he's done virtually all of that at AA. So, how does he fit into the mix? It's a great question. He's been explicitly starting down there. So, do you transition him to a relief role, or do you bring him up to start and then go with a piggyback situation with one of the other guys?
How long does it take to transition him to a relief role? Can he just come up and do that?
I don't know, because that's the tough part about with player development, they really are particular about wanting to keep guys on a mitigated, structured routine so they can adjust to pro ball. And, this is his first season of pro ball. So there's that factor too. It's not like Sloan, who, granted, high school kid, he's gone through a minor league season before. So, what they would have to weigh is like, how much would that impact him to make that adjustment? I don't know. That said, he's a polished college pitcher who just won the College World Series last year. So he's more advanced than a lot of other guys. I wouldn't think it would take him an extremely long period if they were to go down that route. But, we just don't know at this point.
So we expect Daniel Kramer here with us. We expect JP and Cal to be activated for tomorrow's game. What would you expect to be the corresponding moves?
Yeah, as productive as Pareda has been, I mean, just on paper, I don't see why they would carry 3 catchers at this point, especially if you're assuming that Cal is going to go back to, the everyday rigors that we saw, maybe not last year, but just certainly over the course of his career. He's played as much, if not more, than any catcher in the big league, and the switch hit factor, he's going to be in the lineup every day. So it just doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of room for Pareda to see action at that point. He also has minor league options, so it's clean. Whereas, if you were to want to move on from Garver, which they're not going to, it's $2.5 million, and he's basically off the roster for good. So it's probably going to be Pareda, just given the whole context of the situation. As for JP, I think it's probably going to be Patrick Wisdom, given that, they just activated Mastroboni. They like what he does as a left-handed bench bat that can play all over, whereas Wisdom has had some really good moments, more exclusively limited to the corner infield spots. But he also, gives you a right-handed bench bat as well. So those would be my guesses. The big development on JP was talking to him yesterday. He is feeling a lot more comfortable at third base. It's been a full month that he's been working over there and almost exclusively there during infield drills when he hasn't been limited by the hand contusion. And I wrote about this a little bit yesterday. The thinking from the club's perspective has changed a little bit based on, the work that he has put in. When he first pitched the idea, there was some admitted trepidation, based on the hiccups that he had at shortstop and how much his arm could correlate to making the longer throws. So they're a little more open to it now than they were a month ago. Now, is he going to be over there every day? Probably not, but I think you'll start to see him sprinkle in a few starts. So that's the big development on JP.
Good stuff, man. Thank you. This is fun. Glad to have you on the show. And as I said, I've really enjoyed a lot of the writing this year, and thanks. Keep it up. Did
I see you in the ring last night? You said you're under the Washington Monument. Did you grapple last night after that series or no?
Oh, Lord, no.
Lord, no.
It was a zoo out here, with the flyovers and the streets shut down and everything. So it was a nice dinner and hotel night, but everything's reopened today, and it's 75 and sunny. It's great.
Sounds pretty cool. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Have a good flight back.
See you guys back home.
There you go. There's Daniel Kramer, MLB.com, Mariners.com. Yeah, good to talk to Daniel, who we haven't had on the show for a while. And, look, Cal's going to come back tonight. We'll talk more about it at 7 o'clock. The more I think through this and just, that Harold Reynolds cut kind of got me. We haven't talked enough about the fact that Cal hasn't been Cal this year, which is dumb. That's on us. All the other things feel when you're in it in baseball, when you're in the middle of a homestand or a road trip, it's not going well, and you're just thinking through what you're seeing in front of you. It's easy to forget about what you're not seeing. Cal Raleigh has not been good this year and hasn't been around for most of the year. Half of the Mariners' success is based on that.
We found out why he hasn't been good because of an injury. But yeah, before the season started, we talked about accounting for some regression because no one expected him to do what he did last year since it was historic, but we didn't account for him just basically being non-existent.
Exactly. Regression, sure. Non-existence, well said. Disappearing, not part of the equation. So to get Cal back tonight and then hopefully to get capital C-A-L Cal back, That is a huge, huge deal and a huge difference. All right. We'll talk more about that in 10 minutes when Brock gets here. I did say I wanted to play you this piece of sound that I think is just A-plus great news for the Seahawks. For all of the disrespect that they may be getting, this to me shows as much respect as you could possibly want. So this is Robert Mays on the Athletic Football Show, and they were talking through teams and coaches that were creating trends versus chasing trends.
Yeah, and they kind of came to the conclusion that it's a little easier to create them on defense and be more original on defense than it is on offense, but that's how McDonald came up.
That surprises me a little bit, but all right, whatever. Like, this is a passion. I've talked about this a gazillion times. If you've been listening to the show longer than a minute, you know that this is like something I've said over and over again. Don't follow in the NFL. You're going to be behind. Lead. Do something new so that you are the team that, well, let me play you some Robert Mays and what he said about Mike Macdonald.
Mike Macdonald, if you look at the overall, like, again, bones and skeleton of the defense, it does look similar to what a lot of those Fangio teams were doing. But now you have like this Ravens-esque pressure DNA that's also been incorporated into this. Like if you look at the amount, Seattle played more 2 snaps than any team in the league last year. Seattle, with their coverage menu, is a lot of these like Fangio world coverages where it's a lot of quarters, it's a lot of cover 6, but they're injecting something new into it. And so I think that happens more on defense, either with the players or with just like one different thing you can kind of add onto it. With offense, I had a harder time coming up with examples of that because on offense, when you have better players, the game gets simpler. So you're not trying to iterate onto these like really kind of crazy schematic things.
Well, I don't know that I fully understand all of the intricacies of that, but I'll take it. At the end of the day, you want to be the team that's leading, not the team that's following. You want to be the team that is trying something new in football rather than the one that is following what everybody else does. And the biggest reason why, well, one of the biggest reasons why is just players available. If everybody's running a 3-4 and you say, hey, guess what? I want to run a 4-3. There are going to be players that fit your scheme that are available that nobody else wants because it doesn't fit their scheme that are really good players. Great value. That's a great recipe for success. If every team out there is preparing for a 3-4 and you say, all right, I'm going to run a 4-3, well, a lot of what they've built offensively doesn't play as well against the type of defense you're running. I'm simplifying it with a 3-4 versus a 4-3. I'm not going to get into, the schematics that Robert Mays does there, but obviously that same idea works at the more complex level just as it does at a simple level with a 3-4 versus a 4-3. So I love that. You want to be the innovator. You want to be the coach that is driving things forward. You want to be, not just because it means you're really smart, although it does, but because it puts everybody else in a bind. This is the biggest reason for me anyway to be high on the Seahawks. Talent on the team is great. Is it as high as it is for the Rams? I don't know. I think you got a pretty good case for the Rams having more talent right now than the Seahawks do. Maybe. I'm not saying it's a huge difference, but okay. They got a lot of talent down in L.A. Nobody's going to deny that. And obviously, Sean McVay's a good coach, been around for a while. The league's had a lot of opportunity to try to figure out what it is he's doing. And Mike is new, and he's a breath of fresh air, and he is putting everyone else on their heels. And that, I think, and not to mention all the other things he does well. He makes great in-game decisions. He seems to have a very clear idea of the type of player he wants. His motivation and ability to bring the team together right now seems incredible. Like, you put all these things together, the culture building, you're talking about a guy who should give every single Seahawks fan an enormous reason to believe that those rings descending from the ceiling the other night are not going to be the last ones to do so. This guy is unique, man. He is putting everyone else on their heels and pressing that advantage nonstop. Couldn't be more excited about what the future holds for Mike Macdonald.
Wyman and Bob, every afternoon at 2.
We're out there watching the Seahawks run around a bit. It's good seeing how they're practicing. And if you could get some videos from Mike's first year here to now, it's just a world of difference, the way that they're practicing.
It's good to see that the edge is still there, that the winning of the title did nothing to soften the edges at all. If anything, he seems like a guy who would double down on the intensity.
Only on Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
Dealing with divorce and custody issues can be terrifying and very lonely, but you don't need to face it alone. Goldberg Jones has been helping Northwest husbands and fathers for more than 30 years. Thousands of men have put their trust in us. You can too. Learn more at goldbergjones.com.
Making gas go further is on everyone's brain these days. And at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, we've got a wallet-friendly way to help you squeeze more out of every tank. Right now, you can get a fuel system treatment and engine air filter, normally $48, for free with any premium oil change. Just head to VIOC.com/fuel offer and get this special offer now to help your car run more efficiently down the road. That's a $48 value from Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Get yours at VIOC.com/fuel offer.
Guys, I'll never forget the first time I saw somebody get results at our clinic. He was an 81-year-old man who hadn't been intimate with his wife in over 8 years. Viagra had stopped working for him, and he was desperate for help. After several treatments, he walked into my office and told me he couldn't believe the results. Needless to say, this was a very happy man. This man made me a believer in what we do. He had taken pills for years, but he had never fixed the problem. When he came to us, we fixed the problem. Our treatment does what no pill can do. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. Change your life today, like the thousands of men who already have.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy. With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
If you actually are the person that will take care of them after the fact, if you actually will be there for them, if you will pick up your phone, then they come back to you.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Dave Wyman here, and you've heard me talk about a local company for over a year now I really love working with. Harley Exteriors. You can expect a no-pressure consultation. They're great people to work with, and their windows are beautiful. I recently met with them, and I was excited to hear about the many Seattle sports listeners they've worked with. And now, Harley Exteriors has stepped up with a can't-miss offer. Right now, get $450 off each new window, $1,000 off each patio or entry door, 12-month or 18-month, no interest, no payment options, plus $200 off your final project total. If that isn't enough to get you started on a new project, I don't know what is. Schedule a consultation just like I did. Give them a call at 833-HARLEY, that's HARLEY, or go to harleyexteriors.com.
Minimum purchase of 4 windows required for window discount. Qualifying windows must be 36 by 36 or larger. No size minimum on patio or entry doors. Financing subject to credit approval. Cannot be combined with other offers outside this promotion. Offer valid through June 30th.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-881-8686. That's 800-881-8686. 800-881-8686.
Smalls here. If you're heading into summer without a medical emergency kit, you're taking a risk most people don't think about until it's too late. Summer colds can turn into sinus infections that last weeks, ruining your perfect vacation getaway. And when you're traveling, finding a doctor and a pharmacy, it's stressful. That's why I ordered a medical emergency kit. It's like having have an urgent care and a pharmacy at home. It includes prescriptions like amoxicillin and generic Z-Pak to treat a wide range of illnesses. So if you wake up sick, at home, or on the road, you have what you need. No waiting for your doctor, no hours at urgent care, and no pharmacy lines. Also, no copays. Match your symptoms to the right prescription in your guidebook or call their telemedicine doctor. Start meds sooner and feel better faster. Every home needs a medical emergency kit, so order yours online in minutes. It's shipped right to your door. Save $45 with my promo code SMALLS at urgentcarekit.com/smalls. That's promo code SMALLS at urgentcarekit.com/smalls.
Prescription required. Always consult your doctor to determine if this product is right for you.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Give me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Brock.
Michael.
Shame on us. Shame on me. Shame on you.
What?
Shame on all of us.
Really?
Feel a little shame today. I hope you feel a little bit of shame this morning. I hope you're a little embarrassed just
that
like
woman
I am.
ringing the bell, shame? Shame.
Not her, no.
Shame.
I feel a little
Salk
shame.
and I are both rewatching that show right now, so
Yeah.
it's a random reference.
I'm on my third time.
Shame.
Do you know what show that's from?
I do. I do.
Do you?
I do.
Do you, though?
I think so.
But do you?
Yes.
But do you?
Shame.
Oh, poor Cersei. Yeah, it's a really sad moment. That's Game of Thrones. Anyway,
That's right. I knew that.
Brock, shame on us. We have undersold. We have not talked enough about what it's been like not having Cal. Shame on us.
Seriously.
Cal's going to come back tonight. Cal Raleigh's going to return to the Mariners tonight. He's going to catch. He's going to probably hit second or third. He's probably going to hit a home run.
wants him to hit fifth.
Okay.
Everyone hit fifth.
Whatever.
Yeah.
He's probably going to hit a home run. He hit 5 of them in the last week in AAA. He seems to have his timing back. Like, we just haven't talked enough about the fact that this team hasn't had the real Cal Raleigh or any Cal Raleigh for most of this season. I mean, he just hasn't been himself. He was obviously dealing with something. He eventually went on the IL. They haven't had him at all now for the better part of a month. Like, that's the reason this team took a leap last year. Yeah, they're more complete. Yes, the pitching. Yes, all that other stuff. But they've had a lot of that. The biggest difference last year is that one of the guys on their team became a superstar, became an MVP candidate, and arguably the guy who should have won the award. And this year, he hasn't done anything. It's been a completely missing ingredient from the first almost half of this season. And if they get the real Cal Raleigh back, and if last year was the real Cal Raleigh, shame on us for not even talking more about it and just like mentioning it every single time we've wondered what's wrong with this team and why they're inconsistent.
Yeah, well, the real Cal Raleigh, please stand up. Please stand up. Please stand up. That one?
No, not that one. No, definitely not. Definitely not that one. No.
Come on.
No, definitely not.
It was not a bad poll.
I mean, it was a
702. It wasn't a bad poll.
It wasn't great.
The real Cal Raleigh.
It wasn't great. No. Please don't sing Eminem again. I think that we would all agree that should never happen again.
That's who that was?
Yeah. Oh, God. Okay. Oh, my God. Dear God. What are we doing here?
So when we asked we asked Mr. Kramer yesterday why all the inconsistencies and what's been the up and down, yeah, man, you take away your franchise quarterback from a football team, you take away your MVP, just bedrock captain, catcher who had the best year. What can't you can't argue. You can argue about the MVP, and we certainly did, and I did until I was blue in the face, but you can't argue that he had the best single catcher season in the history of the game as well. You take that out, and yeah, there's going to be a massive void. And not even just the offensive production, Mike, and just the leadership. I did find, you obviously read that article from Adam Jude yesterday with all the Cal quotes and updates. I did find some of Cal's answers a little bit enlightening, of just like, yeah, it gave me a chance to reevaluate me as a player, but me as a teammate too, which, I kind of like, yeah, man, you are the leader. These guys look to you, and how can you be the best version of that? I think he also had, for him, a couple weeks to step back and do something he's never done before and really evaluate that in season with the injury. So, yeah, massive loss. And if he is a semblance of what he was in Tacoma this last week, we know what that means to this team. Lots of runs.
Getting Cal Raleigh back would be an enormous difference. Like, you could answer Brock.
Where was he on your list? Most intriguing.
He was number 2.
He was number 2. He was behind Julio, right?
He was number 2 behind Julio, who remains the most intriguing person on the team still. And nothing changes about that for me. But you could, you're right. I asked Daniel Kramer that question yesterday. Why have they been inconsistent? You could make a pretty compelling case that it could be a 2-word answer: Cal Raleigh.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't had Cal Raleigh. Like that. It could be as simple as that. Mm-hmm. Now, I don't know. We may sit here at the end of this season, Brock. I hope we do, and use June 18th June 16th as like a line of demarcation before Cal and after Cal, BC and AC. I'm hoping at the end of the year we say, yeah, there was the 500 Mariners that kind of survived life either without Cal entirely or without the real Cal. Mm-hmm. And then there was the team after June 16th that got Cal Raleigh back and hit their stride again and became the offensive juggernaut that I think we all believed they were capable of being when we saw them in spring training. And you just look at the lineup on paper and say, okay, we know what this group should be capable of. And yeah, you'll be missing people here and there. None of the other injuries are season threatening, at least right now. So you look at it and say, okay, if you get Cal back and he's actually Cal, what does that do for everybody else? It should take the pressure off of all of them and make the whole team better.
I would totally agree. And we'll get a chance to evaluate all that. And the beauty of that is he feels great. He's performed very well in his rehab. And we're going to get to see, unlike trying to figure out a 6-man rotation, unlike trying to figure out where does Cade Anderson and what do we do with Luis, unlike those unknowns, this is a known as far as, what he is and who he is, and you just hope that the health is there, and that was the single biggest reason even for that 0-for-36 stretch he went through this year, right? Kind of like we said after Brash's outing, like, man, when are we going to realize when these guys are just so out of whack that there's probably something more going on? And let's hope that that's something more for Cal. Wasn't timing, wasn't fundamentals, wasn't that he lost his swing. It was he wasn't right.
Or maybe it was both, that those things happened because he wasn't right, and now he is right, and he comes back. Anyway, I'm excited to see Cal Raleigh return this evening. I'm hoping that we do immediately get that guy. I'm not going to panic if it's not like that tonight, but it sure would be nice for this team to get that version of Cal Raleigh.
Yeah, I know, by the way, like you see, again, that's all the stuff on the field, but you see the magnitude of him and his star power. Like, just look what he did to Everett in that locale. Look what he did to Tacoma, and the excitement that everybody had to get a chance to see him, because he is a star. And we talk about stars and the impact and the difference or impact players they can make, and he's at the top of the list.
So decisions to make, right? They got to figure out how to get Cal back onto the roster. One seems pretty simple. Yesterday, they sent down Patrick Wisdom. That's for JP. Now you got the Cal decision today, and Brock, I think you and I agree. I don't want to see them send down another catcher. I certainly don't want to see them cut Mitch Garver. I know there's people, Garver. Like, what are you, crazy?
No.
That would be ridiculous. I want 3 catchers to give Cal an opportunity to DH as often as possible.
He's going to get picked up as well. What he's done against
and
lefties this year.
Morosi's saying trade him. Like, no, not with the injury Cal's got. Not with the possibility of this thing coming back, which it does. It does have that possibility. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not trading a catcher. I'm not moving on from a catcher. If anything, I want to keep both these guys up on the roster and DH Cal as often as I can.
And does Prada give you a better bat as a right-handed bat on the bench than Rob Refsnyder?
He does right now.
42 games.
He does right now. And if Rob Refsnyder has been dealing with something, not that he's played a lot, but if a couple of weeks of just being able to get away from it allows him to heat whatever you need to do. Because if you were to get last year's version of Rob Refsnyder back, or the year before, That'd be a huge bonus for this team, right? I mean, really good player.
Yep.
So, I that is an interesting conversation. We'll see what direction they go. The easiest thing to do is to send Pareda down just because you can always bring him back. But I think it's an opportunity to not have to do that and maybe make a move that can help you.
And then Thursday's probable starter is?
Yeah, that's unknown. That's that's the initials TB and D. TBA, TBD, to be determined, to be announced. We don't know.
Yep.
We know that they're going to go with Logan tonight and George tomorrow, and after that, it's TBD. Are you trying to get the best players on the roster right now or not? Because it's okay if you're not. Like, if you're saying, hey, we're playing the long game, we're guarding against injuries later, okay.
You want in the battles or you want to win the war? So
yeah, and I've always been a want to win the war guy. I've heard that this team wants to win 162 battles. So, like, I am curious to see, if you really want the best 26, don't you have to find a way to get Luis to the bullpen? Don't you have to find a way to get Cade Anderson up here eventually? Don't you have to find a way for Johnny Pareda to stay on the line?
Mr. Passan today.
Yeah,
conversation.
I think so. Jeff's going to join us at 8:30.
Real Cal Raleigh, please stand up. Please stand up.
Oh, my gosh. I think the texter here pretty much nailed that one that said, it was a good pull made weird by Brock. Yes, totally agree. It was a good pull, totally ruined by Brock Yard. We'll come right back with everything you need to know next. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
ESPN senior MLB insider Jeff Passan every Tuesday morning at 8:30 with Brock and Salk.
Brought to you by your Western Washington Toyota dealers.
Colt Emerson has a 157 OPS plus. What are we watching, Jeff?
The numbers are the numbers. The data is the data. It tells us what this player is producing, and there's no reason to think that he's not going to be able to do at the big league level what he did at the minor league level.
Get more on the Seattle Sports YouTube page and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Mike Salk here, and summer in Western Washington. You know what I'm talking about. It's been beautiful, and it's going to stay that way. Beach, barbecue, golf, vacation. Everyone's always taking pictures on the vacation. You want to look your best. You want to feel your best. You don't want to be hiding in the back of those pictures. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic can help. Trust me, you can do this super fast. You can lose 15 pounds in the first 2 weeks like I did, 35 pounds overall in 8 weeks. Yeah, there's time. So what are you waiting for? Schedule that 15-minute no-obligation consult right now at eastsideweightlossclinic.com, and you'll get safe, healthy, sustainable weight loss, no exercise, no pills, no injections, no surgery, nothing like that. Real food that you buy at the grocery store that'll help you lose weight and look and feel your absolute best. Yeah, you can do that. It's on the other end of that 15-minute consult. So the secret? Yeah, you'll find out at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Hey, Seattle. Jake Bobo from Techline Roofing. Are you in the market for a new roof? With the strongest workmanship warranty in the business, Techline Roofing has you covered. Take advantage of our easy financing and our summer special. Trust Techline.
Olympic Hot Tubs mid-year clearance event is on. Score big savings on saltwater hot tubs, saunas, and swim spas. Hurry, our mid-year clearance and these incredible deals end June 30th. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
When it comes to your home's water, Culligan makes it better. Say goodbye to hard water, odors, and rusty iron stains. Plus, a Culligan Whole House PFAS system is the only system certified to reduce 99.99% of forever chemicals and over 70 other harmful contaminants. Start with a free water test and let Culligan recommend the right solution for you and your water. Ask about 12-month, no payment, no interest financing too. Visit Culligan.com. Impurities may not be in your water.
Everything that matters is at stake in a divorce. Your home, your savings, your children. For many of our clients, a divorce was unwanted. This is Rick Jones. At Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men, our team of experienced attorneys handle every aspect of a divorce and custody case. When stakes are high, you need a lawyer you can trust. Husbands and fathers trust Goldberg Jones. Visit us at goldbergjones.com to get your questions answered at no charge. That's goldbergjones.com.
How you do one thing is how you do everything. And for 104 years, Wayscar Ford has treated their customers a very special way, the Wayscarf way. At the end of this ad, I'll share what might be the best offer they've ever opened up to customers. But first, it's important to understand the way they do it and why. For 104 years, Wayscar Ford is focused on a low-pressure, family-owned approach, serving Auburn, Pierce, and King counties. They aren't just selling cars. They're welcoming people into the family. Stacy here, and I've personally felt that. I've driven my new Ford Bronco Sport from Wayscar Ford for over a year. I love it. Getting it was exciting and stress-free, but each time I brought it in because of a minor bump or service, their team has been friendly and polite. I always leave Wayscar Ford with a smile on my face. And now for the offer. Wayscar Ford is opening up Ford's A-Plan employee pricing to every single customer. It's better than the employee discount. It's the family discount at Wayscar Ford in Auburn.
Mariners and Orioles tonight at T-Mobile. First pitch at 6:40, 5:30 pregame. Every pitch, every game, one app for free. The Seattle Sports app.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, the return of the home run king, Cal Raleigh, returns to the Mariners tonight. He is likely to catch and hopefully, Brock, continue some of the success that he had in Tacoma over the last week where he hit 5 home runs. Harold Reynolds says he's poised for something big.
I said he hit 5. I'm not going to show you all 5 of them. But just the timing, everything's fluid. Even that, he's full. But because he's got himself in a good position, he can homer. Now let's go to right side. Same thing. Start early, boom, homer. All right, now, here's what he's added. I want you to just watch this because if you look at what he's doing, just to silhouette, he's moving already. He's moving early before the pitcher even delivered. He was a still, stiff hitter. Now he's got rhythm even before the ball is thrown. And boom, Cal Raleigh is back. And I think he will be on fire when he comes back to the big league starting tomorrow.
What? Did he say Cal Raleigh got back? Is that what he said? Cal Raleigh got back? Yeah, Cal Raleigh got back.
Salk's having trouble hearing right now, Brock.
Yeah,
so you got to carry the weight.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah, I can't hear Salk either. So did Salk mess with his mic? Let's hope Harold Reynolds is right on that. Remember, Harold came on with us kind of amidst Cal's struggle and some of his slump and everything else, and talked about his hand placement and some of his timing. And And Harold's been kind of all over that stuff. Now, was that because of the injury and the abdominal and everything else that limited some of it? And he's fully healthy now, and he's free and free swinging. All cool stuff. As Salk said, June 16th, kind of one of these tentpole moments that we're going to get to write down and hopefully be able to say this. Were we able to dump that? I hope. Absolute and utter chaos going on in the facility right now. We all right?
Jesus.
Loves you and me and more.
You bump one stupid button in here.
What happened, buddy?
Don't even ask.
I said Cal Raleigh got back.
My God. I bumped one button on the headphones and it won't come back. I can't hear anything. I'm dying. And then I broke the other thing of headphones trying to get them over here.
Goodness.
Well, that's because the cord ripped.
You're going to be charged. Engineering's going to charge you for that.
There's one button here.
And then I heard a curse word. I hope you.
If there's one little button in here where if you touch it, it ruins the entire show.
Sure,
it's like a self-destruct button right here next to me.
Good thing I didn't panic.
All right. I don't know what you've said for the last 10 minutes, so
we talked about Cal Raleigh.
Move on to the next
Reynolds.
thing.
Yeah, what's next? What else do we need to know?
I don't know.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
We're on to 2? I still can
we're
barely hear anything. Hold on. Here, now it's too loud. It's ridiculous.
All-Star voting. What do you think of the All-Star voting?
The Mariners don't rate. I can tell you that much. Julio and Randy, 6th and 7th, respectively, in the All-Star ballot. Behind Judge, Trout, Bellinger, Buxton, and Green. So, yeah, that's...
I mean, the biggest disservice on all that is Cole Young, right?
I guess, but, like, nobody knows who he is.
But wasn't he 7th as well? 6 or 7? When he's like the
second
highest
7th.
WAR second.
But nobody knows who he is. Like, it's just fan voting.
So it's just a popular.
It's just who do you know?
Yeah.
Nobody knows who Cole Young is, so I don't know. There's no reason to get too upset about that. Those guys are going to have to make the team because, the managers and people like that are going to point to them and say, yeah, they belong on this team. But the Julio and look, those guys are deserving and were in the ALCS last year. I do think there's an opportunity to, I don't know, be rewarded for that.
Yep.
Yeah. All right.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Can't believe there's a self-destruct button right here on this thing. Seattle hosted its World Cup game, Brock. It was, it was a tie. This might surprise you. Belgium, Egypt, they each scored a goal, and one of those teams is happy with the result, the other's not. But I can't seem to tell which is which. It seemed like Belgium was happy when I was reading about it, but Belgium's higher rated, they are higher ranked, so I would think that Egypt would be happier. I don't know, it's confusing.
I will say, Seattle Stadium, you can't call it Lumen Field. None of these NFL stadiums. MetLife is New York, New Jersey Stadium. Seattle Stadium, man, was it glorious yesterday. And even listening to our sister station in Denver and other folks, like, holy smokes, that grass, that stadium, June in Seattle when it's 80 degrees and sunny is, well, it's same in July and August and September. It's truly spectacular. And then the natural.
Did it look good yesterday?
Well, why can't they have that grass for the Seahawks all year? Why can't they do that? Well, the challenge is the weather changed just a little bit, and football puts a little more wear and tear on the grass field.
Did it look good yesterday? Was it a good visual?
Oh, my gosh, it looked gorgeous.
Yeah, good shots of the water and all, and the mountains and all that.
Can you
Did they do fish throwing during the... Oh, they don't have any commercials.
Do you know who the #1 rated team in the world is?
I do.
Who's that?
France.
Spain.
No.
Spain.
No, it's France.
No, I think Spain's #1.
I think it's France.
Are you sure?
No.
I think it was Spain. And yesterday, you know what Spain
I was
played
told
to?
France is the best in the world.
0-0 tie with?
Not. Oh, wait. I know this. Cape Verde?
Cape Verde.
Nailed it.
Ding, ding, ding.
Cote d'Ivoire?
Cape Verde.
Okay.
A nation of 550,000 people off the west coast of Africa. A 0-0 tie.
Worlds.
By the way, I think you guys are both wrong. I looked it up and it says Argentina is the number one.
Argentina.
Didn't they win the last World Cup?
Spain is right up there, right? I mean, Spain, France, Argentina,
They
Brazil.
were the top three.
Yeah, I mean,
Spain's third.
Yeah, France was second.
Yeah.
And a 0-0. How do you score 0 goals against Cape Verde when you're the top 3 team in the world?
I don't know.
That's impossible.
You're playing soccer. Who cares?
Their goalie gained 5 million followers.
He did?
In 24 hours after
Cape
that game.
Verde's?
Cape Verde's goalie.
Wow.
He's like 42 years old or something.
Come on. A 42-year-old Cape Verdean shut down one of the top 3 soccer teams in the world.
He's a goalie. They don't shut anybody down. If they weren't there, it wouldn't even matter.
Stood on his head.
I did legitimately ask my buddy Greg the other day what the score would be if the teams played without goalies. And he had a good point. Like, they would just kick it from far away and get it in. It's like, okay, that's fair.
Empty netters.
So what if the goalie just couldn't use his hands? Like any other player. Like, what if you just, like, he had the same rules as any other player? What do you think? Do you think it would change the scores dramatically? How many saves does a goalie make in a game? 2? Maybe?
That guy made, I think, a lot yesterday.
No, like actual saves, not like the ball's coming in at him and he catches it. Like, he actually, like, dives and makes a save. 1, maybe 2 a game?
No.
No.
How many saves does a goalie make?
With his hands?
Yeah, like
Quite
a legit, like,
Quite
there's
a few.
no other way he could have made it if he couldn't use his hands. You think it's quite a few? You're crazy. Not in the games I've watched.
So you watched a game and a half and fell asleep.
I've seen other games in my life. And yes, I usually fall asleep because it's boring. But the goalies don't make saves. They make a couple.
No, it was not boring.
I would think it'd be perfect. Then the games would be like 8-7. Wouldn't that be better?
What's not boring is the meme that's going to be created from your
Jeez.
Yeah, I was gonna say if everybody wants to go back and watch the video,
my God,
so you can see Salk throwing things and panicking, and then you dropped a curse word, which luckily Ian dumped.
You did
Your
dump
mic
that,
was still
Ian?
on.
Oh,
I'm pretty sure I caught it. So the text line hasn't seen it yet, so I think we're safe.
No, they let us know. If they heard you, they'd let us. I'm sure people that listening on the stream heard it.
That is going to make for one great meme, I'll tell you that.
The thing is, I started off really calmly trying to fix this stupid thing, and I couldn't do it.
Lost your composure pretty quick.
I tried every setting.
Wet hand.
Then I tried to problem solve. That's everything. Will you turn off that stupid music? My God.
Oh my goodness. He saved you with the dump button. You should be nicer to him.
You settle
I'm
down.
not mad at him. I'm mad at the
Lock in.
stupid music.
Lock in and settle down.
Huh?
All right? Gird your loins, lock in, settle down, and respond. Adversity happens in life. It's how we respond to it, okay? Okay.
We're late. Go to break.
All right, fine. We'll go to break. We'll be right back on Brock and Salk.
Think you know the Mariners? Not if you aren't subscribed to the Daily Mariners newsletter from Seattle Sports.
That's what they've been waiting for.
The latest Mariners news and injury updates, exclusives from Mariners insider Shannon Dreyer.
You look at the pieces and how it works.
Plus the best takes and breakdowns from your favorite Seattle sports hosts and contributors.
The Mariners seem to be trying to build something that I think is a little bit more sustainable.
The Daily Mariners newsletter.
Monster solo home run.
Subscribe at seattlesports.com/newsletter.
Well, if I'm talking to you and you're a homeowner, 62 or older, and you're realizing your Social Security and other income may not carry you through retirement, have you ever thought about a reverse mortgage? Hey, Brock Hewitt here for Tila Mortgage, a local company serving Washington residents for over 30 years. And if you want to know how a reverse mortgage works, or you got questions like, are reverse mortgages safe? Will I own my home? Or do I really have the option of not making monthly mortgage payments? And you got to call Tila for a no-pressure conversation. They'll answer your questions with personalized recommendations and loan options that can really safely help you improve your monthly cash flow, reduce financial stress, and allow you to have some extra income for living expenses, healthcare, and lifestyle needs. Give them a call today. Tila, spelled T-I-L-A, is a name you can trust for truthful, honest, and ethical advice for all your mortgage needs. Call 206-766-8888. That's 206-766-8888. Insurance, property taxes, borrower's responsibility. Tila Mortgage LLC is a mortgage broker. MLS 247-2046.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Puget Sound remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
A key witness to our client's bicycle accident, which we later settled for $10 million. Because when we accept a case, we don't rest until we do everything possible to improve our client's chance of recovery. We're one of only a few firms in the state with an in-house investigation team building our clients' cases. So when you hire Davis Law Group, you don't just get a dedicated and award-winning legal team. You get our commitment to better service and even better results. Request a free consultation today at 206-888-8888.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. Bigger summer crowds deserve bigger savings. Get more out of summer at Chef Store with warehouse savings on grilling must-haves for restaurants, food trucks, and events. Plus, we're open to the public. No membership required. Visit Chef Store today.
Your neighbors at 3 Tree Roofing love telling you no. No high-pressure sales pitches. No Band-Aid fixes that will fail come wintertime. No outrageous pricing from some corporate-owned roofing company with headquarters thousands of miles from here. 3 Tree Roofing is local, family-owned, and their team will build you a worry-free plan for your roof replacement, completely free. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free estimate and call today to say yes to an additional $500 discount. That's 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
When an emergency happens, be the first to know. Alert Seattle helps you stay safer and connected. This free service includes alerts about severe weather, safety, health, utility disruptions, major traffic accidents, and more. If you live or work in Seattle, Alert Seattle is the city's official emergency alert system. Sign up for text, email, or phone alerts during emergencies near your home, work, school, and more. Text Alert Seattle to 62783. Alert.seattle.gov to learn more and sign up.
Mariners and Orioles tonight at T-Mobile. First pitch at 6:40, 5:30 pregame. Every pitch, every game, one app for free. The Seattle Sports app.
Summer savings are in full swing at Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland. Lease a brand new Corolla from just $299 a month, a Corolla Cross from $289 a month, or a Camry for $329, all 36 months, all available now. Come visit their wonderful teams and take a test drive. Whether in the north or the south, they've got you covered. ToyotaofRenton.com and ToyotaofKirkland.com. Offers valid through June 30th, 2026 on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee.
Whatever the heat index, stay cool this summer. Your local Bryant dealer can make sure your system is up to the task. Whether it's maintaining your current system or installing an energy-efficient Bryant Evolution cooling system with perfect Humidity Plus technology, your dealer will give you what you need to help your family beat the heat. Learn more and schedule an appointment with a factory-authorized dealer today at BryantNorthwest.com. That's BryantNorthwest.com. Bryant, whatever it takes.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, I got my headphones working again, thank God.
Okay, you calm down.
No, I'm still a wet hen. Gonna be for the rest of the morning.
No, you're not.
I am, Brock.
No, you're
yes,
not.
I am. Let's see. I think Salt going bananas is going to be a thing forever and ever. All right. Anyway, Brock, Sam Darnold. We've been talking about important people today.
Yep.
Sam Darnold's got to be on that list, right?
Yeah, our 3-letter guys in town with the middle letter of A, that vowel. Cal and Sam,
yes.
kind of important dudes.
Very
no
specific
question about it.
Well, Sam was on NFL on CBS, did a long conversation there, and so I just wanted to play you some of this and get some of your reaction to what Sam is, kind of where he's at and where he's going. He's asked here about the physical components that he's working on this offseason.
Mobility and strength. So, like, those two are tied together for me. Like, I'm always working on being mobile, but also being strong in mobile positions. Like, I just don't want to be Gumby, but not be able to, do things in those positions. So I want to be strong, but also mobile at the same time. And then for me, it's really just making sure my wind is good. And I feel like whenever my wind is good and I feel like I can do things in the weight room that I'm comfortable doing, whether it's trap bar deadlift or even some, dumbbell bench press or rows, like as long as I feel good doing those things and I feel like I'm doing enough weight, I feel like I can get ready mentally to go attack the season.
So for him, it almost sounds like the biggest thing is just being in shape.
Yes.
Just like being able to run around without getting tired.
Yeah. So Titus did, a couple of these visits, and he was at, it's funny, some of these different schools and some of their philosophies, and he was at Ohio State, and literally Molly, who's kind of been there and done it and seen it all on college campuses and was an athlete herself, was like, I've never seen anything like their weight room. And their guys were going. It was their summer training, and it was, she said, an intensity like you wouldn't believe. And Titus asked the strength coach, so do the quarterbacks? Yes! The quarterbacks clean. They squat. They bench. Like, oh, okay, I'm sorry. Well, you think you're something special? No, just very, very intense.
All right.
And some of that is in those places, Clemson, quite different. Coordinators like, you will never lift heavy weights over your head. You're never going to put your shoulder in that kind of place. And where quarterbacks are very much have a different kind of workout routine and regiment and all of it. So it's kind of all over the board. And I think for Sam at this stage, there's probably, again, some comparison to Cal, right? They both had an ab issue. I think people forget about that. Sam did what he did in the playoffs and the Super Bowl with a core issue, with a abdominal strain as well, and was able, through shots and otherwise, able to play through it. But yeah, I think the focal point of just being like physically fit and strong, I think it was Hasselbeck. Someone asked me the other day at practice on Thursday, what do you think Darnold weighs? And I'm like, I think he's leaner and just more fit, and went into last season with that mindset, with the movement and the boot and this system, and like you got to be able to move.
Right.
And, so I think being fit, a big deal for
him. He moves okay. He moves pretty well. In fact, we talked often last year about how we wanted him to run around more.
Well, like he did in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And like he did in certain key moments there down the stretch.
And maybe,
Absolutely.
he just sort of waits on that until he really needs it. But it was, it is a revelation when you see him do it. He's asked here about what has helped him throw for as many yards as he has the last couple of years.
Yeah, I think it's having that process and understanding, after every workout that I have in the off season, throwing the ball, it's making sure after those workouts, like I get some long toss in. I think that's huge, and not just like throwing the ball deep. Yeah. There's some days where I just try to let go of it and not worry about where it goes. But most of the days I'm throwing to a target and making sure that it's exactly 5 yards inside the hash or 5 yards outside the hash. So. There's definitely landmarks that I want to focus on, but making sure that I'm, pinpointing that and being very detailed with that, so that I'm not just going out there and throwing deep balls just to throw them, because everyone at our level can throw a deep ball pretty well.
And I would say the Seahawks have been super, super blessed this century, really. Matt was a pretty good deep ball thrower. Russell was one of the greatest the game has seen, and Gino and Sam are quite elite at it as well. And his downfield accuracy.
Is it that rare? I mean, it's funny. You're right. I mean, that's like 4 in a row, 5 in a row here. Is it that uncommon? Or are guys at this point all pretty good at throwing the deep ball?
I think they're pretty good, but I think there's some that don't have a tremendous amount of arm strength. I don't think Jared Goff is a great deep ball thrower. He's a tremendous short and intermediate thrower.
But if you've got enough arm, you can't make it in the NFL unless you're good at throwing a deep ball, right?
Kind of. I think Anthony Richardson will spray it all over the place. Right?
Right. I think there are guys
on the spectrum that
I'm talking about starting quarterbacks in the NFL.
Yeah, they're pretty good at it.
Right. I mean, so I'm impressed. It's always incredible. It's a huge asset, but I don't
But know. Sam is in the upper crust of it.
Is he?
I mean, yeah. Oh, yeah. I think Sam is really, really good at it. I think Jordan Jefferson would tell you that. I think that JSN would tell you that. Like, yeah, it's really nice that this guy can not only have the arm strength to throw it far enough, as he was talking about there, and some of the long toss he does, but then be fairly pinpoint down the field as well. And one of his strengths.
You know what he's been working on, Brock, is his hips.
Another big thing I've worked on too is like my hips and like making sure my hips are leading. So if you look at older clips of me, I get leany, like I get leaned over the top, and I'm not using any of my posterior lower body. So I'm really making sure that I'm like staying a little bit back to an extent. Like I feel like I'm here, but I'm more upright. So when I get filmed and I feel like, oh, I'm here, and then all of a sudden on camera, I see that I'm like actually upright.
It's not
it's
what
like,
you,
yeah, it's getting to that feel to where I'm here, but then it's actually just coming out super, super clean, and that way I can actually use my lower body.
Because ideally, you want to take as much pressure and torque off, I imagine, your shoulder and your elbow.
Exactly.
Yep, exactly. It's the hips. You know what's funny about this? You're chuckling because it's like crazy level detail.
No, that's not why I'm chuckling, but go ahead.
Oh, it's about the hips, not leaning. The thing is, like Jalen Milroe, this kind of showed up on his film in Alabama. It showed up the other day, frankly, at practice. He will get almost standing straight up in the pocket. And you'll see some quarterbacks do this, and it's like, that is a no. What do you do athletically standing straight up?
Nothing.
You hit a baseball, you hit a golf ball, what do you do athletically? You shoot a basketball? Nothing. You do nothing, right? And Sam really is excellent at this, and this is working with his biomechanics guy, Chris Hess, and all of it. His spine angle, like a golf swing, Salk, that's really what you got to think about there. His spine angle just doesn't change. He's not leaning. He's not in a reverse seat. Like that posture is so good and so sound and so repeatable. And a big reason why he's been, the player he's been the last few years. You're chuckling.
I am. It's just a funny difference between you and me. I think that's what I'm laughing at is the prep that goes into this segment and the kind of difference between you and me.
Sure.
Like the different things we take from the world or from Maura's email or from ourselves and like decide this is something we really can't wait to talk about. Like Maura sent over that thing last night and I was like, oh, this Robert Mays cut. Got to do 10 minutes on it, and I did at 6:45. All about Mike McDonald being on the cutting edge, and
I love that too.
I know, but like yours was, we got to do a whole segment on Sam Darnold talking.
This is quarterback nerd stuff. I knew Brock would like it.
I love. It's great. I'm not knocking it. It's awesome, but I'm just laughing at like Brock wants to talk about Sam working on his hips.
Yeah, maybe the mechanical stuff is a little niche.
All right.
Maybe that's a little.
That was too much. All right. Well, here he is
scope.
talking about progressions. Maybe this will be more widespread and broad.
Especially if there's a guy like Cody who's really fast, and then Rashid Shaheed is out there. Like, all right, I might need to speed my drop up a little bit, especially if I know I'm getting quarters or somewhere. I know I can throw a post, and just speeding that up and getting it out there so that he can run under it. I'd rather be early. And to your point about launch angle, like I'd rather throw it early and launch it high so that he has a chance to go track it.
Got it.
Like a good example would have been one of the plays in the Super Bowl where we were getting 0 and Sheed had a post. I was able to take 5 and no hitch and kind of let it go. If I would have put a little more air or had that launch angle a little higher, I feel like he would have been able to run under it. But instead I kind of cheated a little bit and it came out a little more flat than I would have wanted it to, and it was just out of reach.
Yeah, I think
that's very cool. Who's he talking to?
That's a good question. Who is that from CBS? Maura, do you know?
Evan Washburn.
Oh, Evan Washburn.
NFL on CBS.
Yeah. He does a good job.
He does, and I think Evan was an old QB, like back in high school or something, kind of like our writer Seth Wickersham. So diving into some of these aspects, I guess the big picture with all of this detail. This is a window into when you hear guys say, hey, man, the game's slowing down for me. Gray Zabel even said that, right? On I think, on Nemhauser's, or with Bump or somebody. Just like,
man, the game. Press conference last week.
The game is slowing down for me. You're number 2. Like now I'm not just trying to get lined up and trying to do the assignment. Now it's all of these next level details. And if there's a position that has a million of them, and when we talk to the Phillip Rivers and we talk to the Kirk Cousins, they can do the same thing. So there are so many things when the game finally slows down enough for you and you've done enough for the reps and enough time on task that you get to this level of detail.
I just think it's cool. A couple things I like. One, that he's willing to go through that level of detail and explain it. I think that's great. It's rare. You don't always get people at that level coming off a Super Bowl win willing to explain that much of their process. I think that's great. The other part is just the intricacy of knowledge of his own game. Right. And being able to diagnose. Now, maybe he has help with some of that, but being able to diagnose and learn from the mistakes and continuing to watch not just the film of I should have gone here with the ball. This guy was open. This guy wasn't, which is how I tend to think of quarterbacks watching film. But even of saying, no, he was open and I made the right read. I did everything right mentally, but I didn't keep my fundamentals correct. And because of it, I ended up overthrowing the guy. That's fascinating.
Yep. And then lastly.
And important.
And then just lastly, again, the broadest of all observations with this, the dude is really likable. And we can talk about all these traits with quarterbacks and all the skills and all of this stuff. But, man, more than anything else, like there's two things that just strike me. Number one, don't be a pleaser. And I talk about that a lot. And then number two, man, just be a likable guy with your teammates. Be a likable guy with Evan Washburn. Be a likable guy on the San Clemente podcast. Be a likable guy talking to Salk after practice. Be a likable guy. That people want to do business with people they like. People want to play on a football team with a quarterback they really like. And that is that you want to talk about top 10 or top 5 or put a list together of where Sam Darnold ranks on that. There is no question. He's one of the best in the league. Guys love playing around him.
Let's do some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Ewart tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Ewart and Mike Salk.
All right, Blue 88 brought to you by Culligan, Seattle. Brock, question number 1. Nolan Teasley gone. Trent Kirshner gone. You're talking about John's top 2 lieutenants for the Seahawks. What are they going to do as soon as they get to Minnesota?
Yeah, they're going to have one of these opportunities. We talked about this yesterday with all the data, all the marquee data the Mariners have through, 73 games at this point, trying to make decisions with personnel and pitching. Well, they got a little data point, and this comes via Albert Breer of SI.com on Kyler Murray and why he should be named the starter sooner than later. Kyler Murray said the quiet part out loud last week. Generally, for good reason, guys locked in a position battle, especially quarterback, will sidestep talking about the truth publicly. But the reality is that each passing day that there isn't a starter at a certain position, there's a little something lost. And the Vikings' new quarterback thrown into a competition with JJ was pretty forthright when he acknowledged that last week. And this was Kyler speaking. Having to split reps, me already being behind, not getting the amount of reps you would typically want. A guy learning the offense, that's probably the toughest part. Coming to a new system, learning on the fly, trying to play fast, efficient, letting loose while learning it, that's the toughest part. Kyler said enough is enough, JJ. You pouted about this. You made some waves talking about like it's high school and you don't really like the guy you're competing with. And Kyler just says very clearly, like, no, I'm the pro here, and I need my reps. I need to be the starter. So what does Nolan and Trent Kirshner do? What do they bring from Seattle for the last 10 to 20 years? Right? Kirshner's been here almost that long.
Yeah.
And Teasley's worked his way up. What have they experienced through all of these years?
Competition. But
this guy's on a 1-year deal, and he does need his reps. But the other guy was a first-round pick. What do we do?
Get rid of both of them and draft Brandon Sorsby?
Ooh, really?
No, probably not.
Got a bet on his own team. That'd be a bold move.
I don't think they're going to do that.
Probably not. But it is kind of a cool data point here right away that these guys get to come in and I think do lay some of that. No, we're going to compete. Like that's going to be the healthiest thing. Sure, Kyler should get 2/3 of the reps if he's clearly the better guy. And this is the guy we believe in.
Is he clearly the better guy?
Well, that's also.
I appreciate that he says that, but
I think that's also where you entrust Kevin O'Connell. That's been pretty good in his career.
Yeah.
Of gauging some of that, and obviously was a big part of Sam Darnold's resurrection. So you're going to trust some of his instinct on that as well. But I'll have my eyes in Minneapolis watching this one.
Question number 2. We've been talking a lot about Cade Anderson and, when to bring up the kid, just that level of talent.
Yeah.
Is there a Seahawks equivalent to Cade Anderson?
It's hard. I did go back and look at all of the drafts of the last 17 years to see if there was like a first round. And football's different, right? You take someone in the first round, you'd really like to see them start.
Absolutely.
And start fast.
Right.
You're not going to be in the minors. You're not going to be on the bench. You don't have to play special teams. No, you're ready to go if typically you're a first round pick. So these are a little later picks, but I think both Russell Wilson and Richard Sherman had some of that vibe. That undeniable, I'm sorry, what are you going to do? Not start me? Right, you watch rookie minicamp, you watch all the minicamps, and this is Russell first, right? And then you get to the preseason games, and I'm running around and I'm making things happen, and every opportunity I've got, I've proved this is not too big for me. And if anything, I can thrive and excel and take the program to the next level. So he would be, probably the most obvious. Richard Sherman is a 5th-round pick, going back and looking at that trajectory, and he really took the seat of Marcus Trufant.
Mm-hmm.
Marcus was the starter, a little older in his career at that point, and Sherman, the 5th round, kind of did the same thing. This guy is really bright. He's unbelievably long. He's terribly athletic. He's got a feel for the ball, and we've got to make this move. It's what coaches love. Coaches love to say this, all at any level, high school, college, pro. Hey, we don't make the decision. You make the decision for us. And going back and watching some of your sound from yesterday, that's basically what you were saying about Cade. Come on now. You realize he's given up 7 runs in 11 starts? And 5 of those were in 1 start, Salk. The other 10 starts, he's given up 2 earned runs.
What are we doing here?
All right, I've kind of made the decision at this level. I'm maybe one of the greatest to ever do it at this level. So give me the ball. Let me shove. He's got that bulldog mentality, I think, like Russ, like Sherm. I don't think he's going to be overwhelmed. And, he's got the right mentality, the right stuff, too. Curious when they make that move.
Question number 3. Brandon Sorsby, Brock, is now going to go into the NFL supplemental draft. So essentially it's a draft where only one person is in it, so you can bid whatever round pick you want, but you've got to give up that pick next year. If you end up getting the player. Should the Seahawks have any interest in Brandon Sorsby?
No.
I've seen them mentioned.
Really?
Yeah.
No. Nope, you're trying to develop Jalen Milroe. Obviously, Drew is your backup. Sam is your franchise quarterback.
Well, that's how I thought. I was surprised, but I saw they were mentioned yesterday as a team that might be looking for a long-term option.
Yeah, I don't think so. And you've seen some guys now over the years. I think Terrell Pryor was a 3rd-round pick. You kind of see that range, 2nd to 4th round. Intriguing guy. Intriguing process.
Who should take
Texas Tech thought they were bigger than the Big 12. And they thought that their money and their power and their judges and then all of a sudden the Big 12 hired the most powerful firm in Texas. Yeah, you're not bigger than us, and hold our beer if you want to try to play this game. And then obviously they finally come to their senses and trying to fight a battle, not just against their conference, but all of college athletics. You're not going to win this one. Who should draft him? Arizona should draft him.
Exactly. That's what
I mean. That's a no-brainer.
No-brainer. They don't have a quarterback. He might be really good.
He fits
Nobody
the
there is
system.
going to care about the gambling or any of that stuff. It's a perfect spot for him.
I would think that would be the obvious fit.
Yeah. All right.
The Jets would probably be the next one.
No, I don't think so. I mean, people will say that because the Jets are a bad organization. But, I actually think Arizona's the right spot. You have to do that then in New York under the microscope of the New York media. So much better to go to Arizona where it's just not that big a deal. There's no fan base. That seems like the perfect spot for him.
Mm-hmm.
That's where I would want to go if I were him. That is today's version of Blue 88. Morris said Field Yates even mentioned the Browns. They need another quarterback? They need a 5th quarterback? That doesn't seem right. Hey, did you see, speaking of the World Cup, did you see this? One of the Tunisia fired their coach yesterday, or is it a coach or a manager? What do they have? Whatever it is.
I think they call them managers.
All right. Well, they fired him yesterday in the middle of the World Cup.
What?
Yes. He had 1 loss in the World Cup, and they fired him. And the headline I saw said that he was the first to be fired this World Cup, making it seem as if it was likely that other coaches, managers would get fired during the World Cup, which got me thinking, like, have we ever seen a U.S. head coach or manager fired during the playoffs? Because that would be insane. Can you imagine? Like, coach wins a game but, like, doesn't do a good job and gets canned in the middle of the playoffs? I've never heard of such a thing.
Michael Malone was canned, a week before the season ended, before the playoffs?
Who's that?
The Nuggets coach a couple years ago.
Okay. I mean, we had that in Vegas in hockey this past year, right?
With Torts coming in.
Torts came in.
They didn't win, but not do a good job. They lost, but they're just not eliminated.
Right. So I guess it would have to be like, it would have to be in a 7-game series or something where you lose a game or two and they fire you in the middle of the series and then your team comes. Like, that would be crazy.
The World Cup is, Salk.
Is it?
For these countries, yes.
I know, but it feels like that's a bit of a, like, if he was already on that tenuous ground, maybe you should have done it ahead of time.
It may not be for us in America.
Okay.
But in these countries around the globe.
All right.
Apparently, he was appointed as head coach in January and was only coached 5 games. So I don't know what's going on with them to begin with.
Then they already fired him.
It's very volatile.
It must be. Yeah. There's not a lot of job security in Tunisia, apparently. All right. Coming up, Brock, I want to talk. I saw something from Buster Olney yesterday that actually made me excited for the Mariners. We'll do that after a quick hydration break next on Brock and Salk.
Have you downloaded the Seattle Sports app?
We're going to have a challenge right here.
What are you waiting for?
Listen to this.
Every pitch.
Here comes the 3-2.
Every game.
Swung on and missed. Got him.
One app for free.
How about that, folks?
The Seattle Sports app. Every game.
Julio racing back.
Right in the palm of your hands.
Makes a leap and makes the catch.
Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcasts.
They got it. Wow.
The Seattle Sports app.
The minions over.
Hello. Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Olympic Hot Tubs mid-year clearance event is on. Score big savings on saltwater hot tubs, saunas, and swim spas. Hurry, our mid-year clearance and these incredible deals end June 30th. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Whatever the heat index, stay cool this summer. Your local Bryant dealer can make sure your system is up to the task. Whether it's maintaining your current system or installing an energy-efficient Bryan Evolution cooling system with perfect Humidity Plus technology, your dealer will give you what you need to help your family beat the heat. Learn more and schedule an appointment with a factory-authorized dealer today at BryantNorthwest.com. That's BryantNorthwest.com. Bryant, whatever it takes.
Stacy here. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, and when they resell it, they share half their profit with you. That's right. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, Isuzu, and Auburn. They'll pay you today for your car, and once they resell it, they'll share half their profit with you. WayscarFord.com.
How would you like to invest in the Seattle real estate market, one of the hottest and most stable regions in the country, and achieve a great rate of return on your investment without the effort of sourcing a deal, the expense and time of building permits, or all the hassles that come with being a landlord? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with zero investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Invest in the stability and ease of Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund. Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
Progressive provides protection for your boat and other outdoor vehicles so you can explore new things.
Oh, I can finally try pesto.
We meant like water skiing.
I've just never had pesto.
Or maybe take the boat somewhere new.
I mean, is pesto spicy or sweet? Oh, guess we'll find out, right?
Right. Bundle home or auto insurance with your boat, RV, or motorcycle and stay protected with Progressive while you explore.
I don't know. Maybe I'm not ready for pesto.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Your property is almost perfect, if it wasn't for that troublesome tree or stump. Stop looking at it and mowing around it. P&D Tree Service will remove it for you. If it's 1 tree or 15 trees, a small yard or land clearing, P&D Tree will do it safely and quickly, turning multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. They'll clear trees and stumps away from homes, leaving a clean yard to enjoy. They specialize in large tree removal. Ever seen a tree removed by crane? PNDTreeService.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to give you a minute.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello! I love this. 425 says that coach that got sacked, Brock. That's what they do in soccer. They sack you.
Uh-huh.
Coach made egregious tactical and positional mistakes with his players and formations. Unexplainable stuff, like putting Darnold as a receiver instead of a quarterback and trying Kupp as the full-time quarterback. Wow. Well, no wonder he got fired. Why did he get hired to begin with? You're telling me there was nobody better in Eritrea? Or Tunisia, excuse me?
What?
Tunisia, not Eritrea. Tunisia. They're near
What's
each other.
Eritrea?
Country. Somewhat near Tunisia.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Eritrea?
Yeah.
Eritrea? The one like next to Eritrea?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that not how it's pronounced?
You can't know things. We're used to Lyle. What are you doing?
Eritrea. Is that not how it's pronounced?
Well, Maura can
It
look
could
this
be.
up. We can figure it out.
I think it's Eritrea. Yeah, it's kind of near Egypt, right? Kind of in that part of the world.
Okay.
All right. Anyway, they fired this guy, Brock, for putting Sam Darnold at receiver. Crazy. Just crazy.
That seemed pretty foolish.
Yeah. All right. Well, so let me tell you something here. I read this tweet yesterday, and I'm going to make a point about it. But let me start by saying I recognize the obvious response. Before I make my point, I recognize what the obvious response to it is going to be. Okay? And I'll even say it at the end. Yes, I know. I understand. You don't need to gotcha. So this is from Buster Olney, who reports yesterday, and this kind of cracked me up. The Giants, the San Francisco Giants, are open to offers for their 3 highest paid position players, Rafael Devers, Willie Adames, and Matt Chapman, among other obvious trade candidates like Luis Arias and Robbie Ray. So I started thinking oh, that's cool. Do any of those guys fit here? Are any of them on expiring contracts or just a year or so left or whatever? Okay, I'm interested. Huh?
I mean, we spent a lot of a lot of airtime talking about a few of these guys.
Okay.
I mean, Lyle, remember, he was willing to give up and donate a kidney for Rafael Devers. I think we talked about Matt Chapman for, a month and a half straight, as far as a third base move for the Mariners. Robbie Ray, I remember, was Robbie Ray a Mariner at some point? I think he made a significant pitch.
Yeah, he was here.
So, we've got, even Willie Adames, I believe we talked about as a possible kind of shortstop move. So we've had a lot of chatter about these guys over the years.
Okay. Well, for reference, Willie Adames is 30. He has 5 more years at $31 million plus on his deal that he signed in 24, and this year is a league average hitter.
Mm-hmm.
Does that sound intriguing to you?
5 for $155 million.
Does that sound good?
Not really.
Does that sound good?
Oh, it's shortstop?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'll take Colts next night.
Devers has 7 more years. 7 more years at around $32 million a year. It averages. Like some years are 31, some years are 33. But it's about $32 million a year for the next 7 years. He's about to be 30.
Mm-hmm.
And his WAR for this season so far is 0.2. 0.2.
Yeah. What position is he? Is he getting to play third base like he wants to?
I don't know where he is these days. I think he's back to DHing.
I don't think he's played third since he left Boston.
To be fair, Chapman is having a great year. He's 33 years old. He's got 4 more years at $25 million. So there's something pretty significant. But he is having an absolute monster year.
Mm-hmm.
He is an intriguing person for the Mariners if they needed that. I think with Brendan Donovan coming back, that's probably not the direction they would go. But yeah, Chapman as a DH would be that you'd be blowing it then. Like he is a good hitter, but so much of what makes him valuable is being the best third baseman defensively in baseball. So I don't know. I don't know whether he's the perfect fit for the Mariners other than being a good right-handed bat. Okay. But it's just sort of interesting. Like when we talk about draft, develop, trade, and retain, or extend, like this is the alternate version of that. Right? This is what happens when you decide to take on these risks, when you decide to go big, either in free agency or in trading for guys with a huge contract, as is the case with both Robbie Ray and Devers. Like, you run these amazing risks of not just having these. Like, I read that they were willing to trade Rafael Devers and was like, okay, is there somebody out there who's looking to assume the $250 million left on his contract for a guy who right now stinks? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, okay. Oh, they're willing to listen? All right. Oh, they're willing to listen on Willie Adames, who I like, by the way. I've always thought he's a pretty good player. And I understand what the obvious, counter argument is. Like, hey, Salk, you draft, developed, trade, and extended with Cal Raleigh. He's been awful this year. You did the same thing with Josh Naylor. He's been awful this year. Like, I get it. You can kind of pick and choose. But I understand that those are fair arguments. But Cal and Naylor, I feel significantly better about. They're both younger. And even if they never work out again, neither guy's ever going to make more than $25 million in a season. So they're not hamstringing you the way a Devers would, the way a Willie Adames would. Those are hamstringing kind of contracts for guys who may never be good again.
Yeah.
So anyway, it sounds like I'm wrong. It's Eritrea. My apologies. Thank you, Ian, for correcting me.
Way to go,
Hold up a video on naval bat.
All right, my bad. I thought it was Eritrea. Apparently,
so where is Eritrea?
Yes.
Well, hold on. What?
British guy, though. Are we gonna
He's British. He said Eritrea.
He did? Let me hear it again.
So where is Eritrea?
Eritrea.
No, Saul.
Play it again. He's putting the accent on it.
Eritrea or whatever you were doing earlier.
Eritrea. Let me hear it again. I think I'm right.
Oh my gosh. No, you said like an Italian pasta dish, Eritrea.
What?
Eritrea.
Right.
Thank you.
Eritrea.
Play the British guy.
Nubia was besieged by a strong Persian force. The siege of Eritrea took place.
Eritrea.
That one was definitely the way you said it. But the British guy was saying Eritrea.
Eritrea.
No, I don't know.
I'm an aluminium guy too.
Huh?
Aluminium.
No, I'm not an aluminium guy. No, I'm not going to take the lift.
What about a color shot? What about Matt Chapman and they eat half of that $100 million?
How are you going to do it? So what are you giving back? And how are you going to figure out like how to make that work?
Because Brendan Donovan, we got to watch that. He's not a natural third baseman.
Okay.
And you put Chapman next to Colt Emerson, next to Cole Young. You're talking about one of the best defensive infields in baseball.
I totally agree. So you're done with JP in that scenario.
Well, I mean, JP is for this year, and he's on an expiry.
But for the rest of this year, I mean, if you're trading for Matt Chapman, you're not really playing JP. Maybe
he's a part of the trade. Maybe they
take on the expiring contract of essentially.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm not opposed to that conversation. It's a big swing, and you're gonna have him for $25 million a year.
No, I'm saying they take half of it. You're not taking on $100 million.
All right, so let me just see if I can figure out how this works. So you are gonna take on Matt Chapman. He's 33 years old for 44, so for 4 more years. Mm-hmm. So you're getting him to 38.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. At $25 million, but it's only going to be $12.5 million.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
He's going to play third. They're going to take JP. What else are you giving up?
Yeah, I don't know. One of your other.
I have to give up some stuff.
Yeah. You also take $50 million off there, but I'm just saying he'd be the only one of any of these that.
The more you give up, the more they'll pay.
Yep.
If that makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah, I like 253. He's 253 is willing to give up JP and Castillo. Well, that's cool. I'm glad you're willing to do that. We'll see maybe whether that would entice the Giants. I don't think it would.
No.
I'm curious. Yeah, Brock, it's a good conversation.
That would be the one.
Yeah,
that'd be kind of the only
defensive. I mean, it's just that you got him until age 38. It feels like a lot of time with Matt Chapman. Yeah. But I can't ignore the numbers. He has been arguably better over the last couple of years. I mean, he's been really, really, really good.
Pro, takes care of himself. Tremendous defensive player. That can still play into 36, 37.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to eventually be Nolan Arenado, right? Where the defense is still very good, not quite incredible. And you're going to be a little worried about the injuries and all that. But it's an intriguing one.
And the kind of pro that you wouldn't mind next to your young ascending shortstop.
Yeah. So, I'm intrigued. I'm definitely intrigued.
Are you intrigued?
Yeah.
Eritrea.
I found a National Geographic video, so I feel like that's trustworthy.
This says I hate agreeing with Salk, but he said it that way. Like
Eritrea?
Here's the National
Geographic. It's kind of halfway
one.
between the two.
Eritrea.
Wow. That's Salk.
British again.
I mean, that's Salk.
That's exactly how I
British?
said it. No, I just know how to pronounce Eritrea, I think. If you're not going to trust National Geographic, who are you going to trust?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I feel redeemed.
It's a great debate.
After being attacked.
I'm going to guess Jeff Passan may have an answer to that one, too.
Sure he will.
Probably start
coming up in 20 after everything you need to know next.
Wyman and Bob, every afternoon at 2.
We're out there watching the Seahawks run around a bit. It's good seeing how they're practicing. And if you could get some videos from Mike's first year here to now, it's just a world of difference, the way that they're practicing.
It's good to see that the edge is still there, that the winning of the title did nothing to soften the edges at all. If anything, he seems like a guy who would double down on the intensity.
Only on Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
Oh, man, I am just loving the summer weather. It is here, and you know what that means in our part of the world. Beach, barbecues, golf, a little vacation maybe. Anybody going away anywhere fun? You know that everyone's going to want to take pictures. Don't you want to look good? Don't you want to avoid that feeling where you're like, oh, I got to hide in the back. I don't look good enough to be in a picture. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic can help. You can do this super fast. I lost 15 pounds just in the first 2 weeks. I lost 35 pounds after just 8 weeks. So there's time. All right, schedule that 15-minute no-obligation consult right now at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. You'll get safe, healthy, sustainable weight loss. There's no exercise, no pills, no injections, certainly no surgery. You're eating real food that you buy at the grocery store, and you will lose real weight as well. Look and feel your very best. That feeling? It's just on the other end of a 15-minute conversation. The secret you will find out in just that 15 minutes with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Schedule that quick intro today at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Do you have stiff laundry or scale buildup on your sinks and showers? Those are classic signs of hard water. At Culligan, they deliver softer, cleaner water throughout your entire home. A Culligan water softener removes the hardness from your water and extends the life of your appliances. Plus, it can improve the quality of your skin and hair. Ask about 12-month, no payment, no interest financing too. Go to Culligan.com. That's Culligan.com. Contaminants or impurities may not be in your water.
Hey Seattle, Jake Bobo from Techline Roofing. Are you in the market for a new roof? With the strongest workmanship warranty in the business, Techline Roofing has you covered. Take advantage of our easy financing and our summer special. Trust Techline.
Dave Wyman here, brand new member of Harborstone Credit Union, and I got my PNW Cashback checking account for free. No fees or minimums, and when I make everyday purchases with my Harborstone PNW Cashback debit card, I earn up to $30 each month. Gas, groceries, coffee, travel, lunch, all categories count toward your cash back. Open your free account online like I did. Go to harborstone.com/cash or visit one of their 29 branches across the Northwest.
Insured by NCUA. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey baseball fans, Rick Witters with Cressy Door. At Cressy Door, we offer top-of-the-line garage doors, garage door service, and garage door repairs. Residential or commercial, please consider Cressy Door for all of your garage door needs. Cressy Door.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Norm. Norm, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
Spending too much money on insurance, and it just kept on going up higher and higher and higher. And this last time I did the First Mark Challenge.
So they were able to save you some money, Norm?
Oh, yeah, at least $2,000 a year.
What?
At least.
Wow. You ever feel like, man, I wish I would have taken that First Mark Challenge earlier?
Yes. I mean, $2,000 I could have saved a year, over probably 4 or 5 years. Wow.
How would you describe their customer service?
Fantastic. Beyond expectation. Call First Mark. They treat you like a real person, that they have your best interest in mind.
Norm did it. My family did it. You got to do it. And it's totally free. Go take the First Mark Challenge. See how much money they can save you like they did Norm, and how much better your coverage will get to. Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory I get to talk to. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. First Mark Insurance. They work for you.
Mariners and Orioles tonight at T-Mobile. First pitch at 6:40, 5:30 pregame. Every pitch, every game, one app for free. The Seattle Sports app.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy. With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, well, the Mariners got their off day, Brock. A little travel, a little rest, make their way home, and we'll see about some of the decisions. We'll get back to it tonight. Baltimore's in for 3, then they got Boston after that. Cal Raleigh set to return to the lineup. J.P. Crawford should be back as well. We know Patrick Wisdom has been sent back down, which clears the spot for J.P., but what about Cal? That is a bit of more of a conversation. Will it be Pareda sent down to keep 2 catchers? Could they IL Ref Snyder and keep 3 catchers for a little while? Regardless, getting back their best player should be a huge boon for the Mariners. Harold Reynolds says he's about ready to go off.
I said he hit 5. I'm not going to show you all 5 of them. But just the timing, everything's fluid. Even that, he's full. But because he's got himself in a good position, he can homer. Now let's go to right side. Same thing. Start early, boom, homer. All right, now, here's what he's added. I want you to just watch this because if you look at what he's doing, just to silhouette, he's moving already. He's moving early before the pitcher even delivered. He was a still, stiff hitter. Now he's got rhythm even before the ball is thrown. And boom, Cal Raleigh is back. And I think he will be on fire when he comes back to the big league starting tomorrow.
What? That would be pretty huge, right?
Yeah. If he's anywhere near back to what he did a season ago, and he did, the week, albeit it's AAA and it's Tacoma and it's Everett and everything else, but that timing was such a part of it, and even within that, there's probably nuance. Well, was the timing off because he wasn't feeling right? Was the timing off because? Yeah, in baseball, unfortunately, you go through some droughts like that, and it just kind of hit him.
And he always has. I mean, that's always kind of been part of Cal. Until last year, it had always been incredible streaks followed by some real lulls. So if you're about to get one of those epic Cal Raleigh runs, obviously that would just be enormous for this team. Also an open question of what to do with the starting rotation. We know it's going to be Logan tonight, Kirby tomorrow. After that, has not yet been announced. Ryan Rowland-Smith says that he would like to stay with the 6-man.
I'm watching that, and I'm not seeing any swing and miss on that fastball. I'm seeing the velocity start to dip again. When he came off 3 starts where he went 55 pitches, 70-something, 80-something. Then he went to 100 against Detroit, and then all of a sudden you've got these extra days off. I want to see 96s, 97s every pitch. We didn't. We saw 94s, 95s, and we saw plenty of healthy swings on that fastball as well, which is concerning. However, you have to, again, with Luis Castillo, I just still think he's going to be a factor in this rotation. I think they have to go 6-man another turn and then have, fate decide who's going to be the odd man out.
Love my guy Ryan. I just disagree. I just disagree. I love Ryan. I understand what he's saying. But if I want that level of 96, 97 from Luis, I want him in the bullpen. And by the way, you need help in the bullpen.
And if that is a benefit to Luis, is it a detriment to Brian Wu, to Logan Gilbert, to George Kirby, to their timing, to their routine, to the way that they feel most comfortable and have for years?
All good questions. All good questions. So we'll see what happens. We'll also see whether or not Randy returns, Naylor returns, what's up with Munoz. All that information coming a little bit later today.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, speaking of some of the intrigue, Brock, will the Mariners get an all-star starter? It doesn't look that way, at least not right now. The closest would be Julio and Randy, who are 6th and 7th in the outfield voting. But, yeah, that means there's 5 guys ahead of them.
And remind me how this works for the all-star game
so confusing.
In baseball.
They vote in the starters, and then everyone else. The fans vote for the starters.
They do.
Yes.
Total fan vote.
Yes.
Total fanboy vote.
For the starters.
Total popularity.
For the starters.
For the starters, and then the manager and folks get to choose the rest.
Yeah, and then there's rules, right? Because every team has to have at least one, so that ends up factoring in, and then people obviously say they can't make it, and then other people end up getting in.
A couple so-so starts for Emerson, his numbers don't necessarily look worthy anymore.
Great.
Bryce's numbers look pretty worthy.
But what are you going to do? Give it to him after like 4 starts? He's been piggybacked. Can't give him the all-star nod after that, can you?
Can you?
I don't think so. I would be very surprised if that happened. So, yeah, we'll see. They're obviously going to get at least one. And you're right. Cole Young, Randy, and Julio rather are probably the 3 guys that deserve it most. But, Luke Raley is not even on the ballot. I know, and yet he might be their best hitter so far this year.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
World Cup game yesterday, of course, Brock. It was a tie. I know this is surprising to you. Belgium and Egypt, each scoring a goal. One of those teams was happy. One of them was not. Fortunately, neither of them sacked their manager after the game, which I guess is a win for both teams. You ready for the big matchup on Friday here with the U.S. and Australia?
Am I ready?
Is Australia good at soccer? I don't think of them as a big soccer powerhouse. I feel like most of their athletes are playing either rugby or Aussie rules.
Got a wedding rehearsal Friday.
Oh, yeah?
Great in Seattle. Uh-huh. And then the wedding on Saturday. That would be, of course, Damon's oldest, Holly, who you got to hang out with.
Love Holly.
I mean, you felt like you really connected.
I mean, got to be honest, a little upset I wasn't invited to the wedding.
Right.
I was sort of hoping I was going to be a part of this thing. I love a good Heward wedding affair.
I mean, you were an invite, and you had a pretty special seat at the Heward table.
I know.
That wedding.
And kind of connected with her and
Jake.
Fiance Jake. Yeah, kind of a bummer. Torrent, Brock, the PWHL announced its draft order 2 days before the draft. It's absurd. So the Torrent are going to draft second tomorrow in the draft. So they're not going to get Caroline Harvey, who you may remember from the Olympics. She is a generational star who's probably going to play defense but can do everything.
Okay.
And so they will choose between either Abby...
Is this a lottery that nobody got to see?
No, they just didn't tell anyone. Like, we knew Vancouver was number one, and then they have 4 expansion teams, and they were like, oh, we're not going to tell you where they're all going to pick. So until all of the expansion draft finished, it feels a little sketchy. What can I tell you? In any event, they're going to choose between 2 other really great players who are both on the Olympic team. So Abby Murphy and Layla Edwards are your 2 options.
Right.
Abby Murphy's a goal scorer. She's brash. She's out there a little bit. She rubs some people the wrong way, especially on other teams. Layla Edwards, defender, they call it, not defenseman, defender. She's the one, I believe, who set up the game winner, the incredible game-winning goal to when they won in overtime. She's awesome. She's the one.
And when is this draft?
Tomorrow, yeah. They kept showing her family in New York, and she's pretty special too. So there will be a great player coming to Seattle. Just don't know which one yet. All right, Jeff Passan will tell us how to pronounce Eritrea next. Oh, and some baseball on Brock and Salk. Seattle Sports on 710.
ESPN senior MLB insider Jeff Passan every Tuesday morning at 8:30 with Brock and Salk.
Brought to you by your Western Washington Toyota dealers.
Colt Emerson has a 157 OPS plus. What are we watching, Jeff?
The numbers are the numbers. The data is the data. It tells us what this player is producing, and there's no reason to think that he's not going to be able to do at the big league level what he did at the minor league level.
Get more on the Seattle Sports YouTube page and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my buddies down there at People Come First PCF Construction Group. And if you have been dreaming and wishing and wanting a new deck, then you better call PCF before the good weather fully arrives. And it's going to be gorgeous yet again this weekend. And the problem is their schedule will be all filled up. You see, with the new deck, patio cover, heater, and fireplace from PCF, sure, you'll love the outdoors in the summer months, but you'll also love it when the wind and the rain, I certainly did, when it came around as well. And for a limited time, you can get 50% off your demolition costs. That's up to $5,000 when you book your project right now with PCF. They did design and build our outdoor living space, and well, we loved it. And Molly, well, she's a designer, and she knows the details, and PCF nailed every single one of them. They can do the same for you. So start planning and designing your dream deck now so you're ready to build later this summer. Planning, permitting, construction, they take a little time, so go get the party started today. Get your project ideas, browse their amazing photos, and find all the offer details, like $5,000 off your demo costs at PCFgroup.com. That's PCFgroup.com.
30 years ago, Davis Law Group was founded to be the best law firm for our clients and our community. Our core values are to win, help, and serve. It means our success is defined by the difference we make in our clients' lives and the impact we can have in our community, not by giant settlement checks or shiny offices. Our mission to lift up the vulnerable extends beyond the courtroom to our charity partners, promoting safety, uplifting students, accident victims, foster youth, and the elderly. If you've been injured and want better results for your claim and for all of Washington, call Davis Law Group today.
Whatever the heat index, stay cool this summer. Ask your Bryan dealer to maintain your current system or install an energy-efficient Evolution system. Learn more and schedule an appointment with a factory-authorized dealer today at BryantNorthwest.com. Whatever it takes.
Get ready for soccer's biggest stage. Join Dick's Sporting Goods for a pep rally at Northgate Mall June 19th, featuring a live DJ, activities, and more. Bring the energy and rep the red, white, and blue before kickoff. Dick's Sporting Goods at Northgate Mall, 9 a.m. to noon.
Your neighbors at 3 Tree Roofing love telling you no. No high-pressure sales pitches. No Band-Aid fixes that will fail come wintertime. No outrageous pricing from some corporate-owned roofing company with headquarters thousands of miles from here. 3 Tree Roofing is local, family-owned, and their team will build you a worry-free plan for your roof replacement, completely free. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free estimate and call today to say yes to an additional $500 discount. That's 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. Looking for a pre-owned Toyota you can actually count on? Then you need to take a trip to Toyota of Renton. Each vehicle passes a rigorous 160-point inspection, so you drive off with confidence. Plus, their service center has factory-certified techs and genuine Toyota parts to keep you running strong. Come meet the incredible team, ask questions, and take a test drive in their variety of dependable, certified, pre-owned inventory. See them in person at Toyota of Renton or online at toyotaofrenton.com.
Mariners and Orioles tonight at T-Mobile. First pitch at 6:40, 5:30 pregame. Every pitch, every game, one app for free. The Seattle Sports app.
You know what you can trust? The protection you get when you bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive. You know what you can't trust? Everything else, apparently. Like when you saw that article that said that thing you eat every day is a superfood and great for your gut health. But then 30 seconds later, a different article warns you to avoid it and it's taking years off your life. Well, which is it? Kind of a big difference there. Anyway, bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive for reliable coverage in a reliably unreliable world. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-360-0681 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-360-0681. That's 800-360-0681. What do you have to lose? Call 800-360-0681. Again, 800-360-0681.
Shut up, Salk. It's Brock and Salk's weekly chat with ESPN senior baseball writer Jeff Passan.
Man, when you have a talent like him.
Brought to you by your Western Washington Toyota dealers.
I see this being the beginning of the best run in the history of this franchise.
On Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
All right, let's dig into this as the Mariners get ready to start their homestand tonight after an off day, sometimes an action day. Perfect day to talk to Jeff Passan. Good morning, Jeff.
How are you, Mike? I have been really enjoying this World Cup. I don't know about you.
Maura set you up on that, didn't she? No, I'm not. I think it's awful. I think it's the worst sport. I can't believe people watch it willingly.
You know what? This actually surprises me a little bit, and I'm being genuine and sincere when I say this. I don't watch European soccer. I don't watch the Bundesliga. I don't watch EPL. I don't watch any of that. I watch every minute I can of the World Cup. I find it absolutely fascinating, and I totally love it. And I think it's such an interesting and thoughtful, and it's just a game that I thought truly would appeal to you. Where is the hatred?
It's boring. It's horrific.
Well, the same can be said of you, but people still tune in.
I already have two boring sports in my life. I've already got baseball and golf. I don't need a third boring sport. I love those two.
Wait, hold on. You watch golf or you play golf?
Both.
Yeah.
Well, I play golf terribly. I watch tons of golf.
Bro.
I watch. So here's where I'm at. This is why I don't understand your view.
If you watch golf,
tons of it,
you have zero room to talk.
Jeff, when I get home today, the first thing I will do is turn on the Golf Channel and just watch whatever Brandel Chambly's saying. Like I'll watch golf
and
all
fall
week.
asleep while you're watching.
I mean, I'll fall asleep, sure, but I fell asleep with the soccer on Saturday also.
I'm just saying they're both boring.
Yeah, and I said I only have room for. I agree that golf is boring. I already love it though, and I am of the belief that if you like a sport, you watch it all the time. If you don't like it, you don't watch it at all. So, like, I like golf. I will not just watch the majors. I will watch like the Korn Ferry Tour because it's on. If soccer is on,
God,
I will watch it no matter.
Minor league golf?
Yes, and college golf and college women's golf. Like if it's on, I'll watch it because I love watching golf. Jeff, I will sit out at a golf course and just watch people playing. Yes, I'm awful.
Okay, that's what it is then. God, there is some psychology in Mike Salk's past that I am fascinated to learn about. Boy, I would love to know the history there. Yeah. You had some traumatic incident on the golf course that made you...
No, I just enjoy it. I've come to love watching it. I will watch random people playing a hole. Like if I'm walking in Arizona, I'll just sit there and watch people play.
Can we talk baseball on Jeff Passan's weekly
No. Just one more question. One more question. If you're on the golf course, Mike, and there is somebody who's in front of you who's playing slow and terrible, and will you enjoy that?
No, that's where I draw the line.
That's pretty much golf to the rest of us. And I say this as somebody who enjoys playing golf.
Jeffrey, you are
you're golf. You're a loser.
Jeff, you are part journalist, mostly journalist. You're analyst, but you're also an opinionist. And I want you to put on the opinionist hat when I ask you this question, if you wouldn't mind. What are you doing with the Mariners starting rotation?
At this point, I'm probably going to a 5-man rotation, letting those guys cook and putting Luis Castillo in the bullpen.
Mm-hmm. And how long are you waiting on this southpaw down at AA, who you told us last week is not just having one of the best seasons you've seen in AA this year, but maybe historically one of the best ever? How long does Cade continue to simmer in Arkansas?
I think I'd probably bring him up pretty soon because I know that he is going to be in the bullpen because there's going to be an innings cap coming at some point, and I would rather it be on a team that's lost its closer and that's lost the guy who would have been the closer otherwise and is turning to a guy. And by the way, Nick DeVille has been awesome, but is turning to a guy who 3 years ago got cut by another team. And hey, like, thanks, Tigers. That's been a great boon for the Mariners at this point, but Andres Munoz and Matt Brash weren't getting cut by the Mariners. I suppose.
Okay, so how long does it take to get Cade ready for that? To become a bullpen
and
difference maker?
And Luis ready for that.
I mean, Cade can do it tomorrow. You want to do it like with Logan Evans, a couple of years ago when they were preparing to bring him up and to be in the pen. So I think realistically, 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
But I think when it comes to Luis Castillo, there's not going to be a multi-week period where you option him. No, this is going to be learning it on the fly. And by the way, guys, it's super easy for me to offer this opinion without having to go out and execute it. It's extraordinarily easy for me to say, yeah, just put Luis Castillo in the bullpen. That's where he belongs, when I'm not the one who has to deal with the fallout. And this has already been a Mariners season with enough, fallout and issues before it even began that you don't want to compound that. But it also is Mariners season where right now the A's are still, is it a game? Is it a half game at this point? Let's put it this way. It's much closer than it should be. And maybe if you're the Mariners right now, you say, okay, we got Cal Raleigh back. We are playing, about as close to full strength outside of Munoz and Brash as we can. Let's see if we can ignite one of these runs and keep doing what we're doing and make it work. But we're getting near contingency planning time, and I think putting the plan in place now, at very least the Anderson part, is something that's within your control. All of it's within your control, but something that's a reasonable thing to do. Whereas Castillo, that's going to take some planning and some execution.
So I'm with you. I think it's what they should have done a while ago, and now I think it's even more evident that that's the direction to go. I am a little curious. Twice there you mentioned being without Andres Munoz. Do you know more than we do? Because he left that game. We haven't really heard anything else yet. Is there a big problem? Is he going to be gone for a while?
Anytime I hear back, it concerns me. But beyond that, anytime I see a lack of effectiveness that Munoz has had this season, that to me is the more concerning part, right? So, no, I do not have any inside information on that one, but it's been troublesome all year long. It's been one of the, how many saves has Munoz blown this year? And what's his ERA now? Around 6?
I think he's blown 5, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, the ERA is certainly an ugly, large number. So, look, I agree.
He's not been himself.
And isn't that the selling point to Luis? Like, hey, man, it's not about you. It's about us. We need you. We need you to do this. We're running out of relievers to pitch in a leveraged spot. And by the way, you might be really, really good at this if your stuff continues to play up the way it has each time your velocity goes back up.
I don't know that I hand a guy who hasn't ever really pitched in relief. Or when was the last time you pitched in relief?
Well, do you include the piggyback?
No.
Okay, then never.
I don't know if I hand him my closer's job.
And I'm not saying you do right away either, but just like, hey, man, you could be good at this. Let's see what happens. Go out there and who knows?
There's opportunity here, and there's history here too. And hey, I understand that John Smoltz and Dennis Eckersley are, when it comes down to it, kind of outliers. But that doesn't mean that you can't be too. You've been a dominant starter, an all-star in your big league career. Who's to suggest that you can't do the same in a role that is going to be a lot easier on you? And the way it looks right now, it might be better for you. And the issue with this, guys, it comes back again to identity. Luis Castillo has always looked at himself as a starting pitcher, and taking that away from someone is tricky. But it's not, and it's tricky because the instinct, I think, of the player is to look at it like it's being taken away from him, as opposed to acknowledge that, hey, maybe I took this away from myself with my performance.
Mm-hmm. What is the precedent for Kate Anderson? So if that's a conversation about Luis, Cade has been a starter. Cade's a bulldog. Cade's doing everything within the rhythm of starting every Friday down there in Arkansas. So what is kind of the plan if you were to move, bring him up? What does that look like?
I think it's different with him only because he knows he's going to go back to starting. And he knew that at some point this year, there was bound to be a throttle put on him. And that when you're coming up to the big leagues, I mean, you don't care what role it's in.
Yeah.
The precedent, Brock, is there have been hundreds, thousands of guys who have done this. It just happened before like 2010. I look at Johan Santana as one of the most recent and modern examples of a guy who he was a Rule 5 pick, granted. So it's not like he was coming up as the number 1 or 2 pitching prospect in all of baseball. But he came up, he did some time in the bullpen, and he transitioned successfully to the rotation and won a couple of Cy Youngs. So there have been cases where this has failed spectacularly. Neftali Feliz with the Texas Rangers. I don't know if you remember him, but Neftali Feliz was a starting pitching prospect, and the Rangers moved him to the bullpen because his arm was electric, and he was awesome in that role. And then they tried to move him back to a starter, and it just wasn't taken anymore. But I think Cade Anderson, when it's all said and done, is not going to be the outlier like Neftali Feliz is in a bad way.
But if he's on an innings limit, Jeff, and this is some of the fun crux of all these conversations with all these different moves, if he's going to be on an innings limit, do you lose some battles to win an October war? Do you kind of save him and salvage him and make sure that he's not tapped out by the time we get to the time when it's most important?
I think they were planning on doing that anyway. So I think this has been in the card the entire time, and the only way we were going to see him in the rotation is if there were injuries. And here's the thing, you can build Cade Anderson back up. I think that the best move for him, the actual precedent of this, I use Johan Santana as an example. The actual perfect comparison here is David Price. And David Price came up essentially as a fireman. And I think having Cade Anderson in a multi-inning role where you're being careful, right? You have him go 2 or 3 innings at the beginning and sort of stretch him down, or maybe you just wait. You have him on the roster and you wait for one of those days where a starter doesn't have a good day, and then you bring him in, and then you just taper it. But having him in as a 6-out guy or even a 9-out guy, somebody who can bridge you between the starters and Munoz, Brash, Davila, whoever, Gabe Spire, whoever it is that's closing at that point. Having him as a weapon who you can deploy not every day. I don't think you're running Cade Anderson in back-to-backs unless it's like absolute crunch time and you're trying to capture the division in a playoff spot, or if it's in the postseason. And, there aren't a whole lot of opportunities for back-to-backs in the postseason. You have quite a few days off there, especially early on. But I don't want to turn Cade Anderson into a 1-inning just pump gas guy. I want him to be somebody who can get me through an order once. And there is huge value and utility in that, guys.
Have we been short selling the lack of Cal Raleigh? I mean, like, I came in today, I was like, Cal's coming back. Harold Reynolds is going off on MLB Network about how much better Cal looked in the minors. Timing is back. Like, for all of our questions about the inconsistency of the Mariners this year, does it all just come back to they haven't really had Cal all year?
Well, that certainly doesn't help, right? And I think when you go from a guy who hit 60 home runs and slugs 600 and has a great relationship with the pitching staff and brings them comfort, and you remove that from the situation. I know games-wise it's been removed for 30, but I think you're spot on when even for those first 40 that he played, it wasn't Cal Raleigh. It was a shadow of Cal Raleigh. It was like the evil spirit of Cal Raleigh had infiltrated his body and brought some sort of weird doppelganger to the game every day because he looked nothing like he did last year. And provided that he is healthy, that he's not, as his tendency would be, that he's not just fighting through this and making it look good, that he is actually healed, I think this is the sort of thing that has the ability to launch the Mariners. We keep looking for that moment when they're just going to separate. And sometimes, I think it was, I don't know if it was last week or a couple of weeks ago, it's like, hey, the Mariners are back. And then it's like, oh, you idiot. No, they're not. And thank goodness they're in the American League West, because were they not, they would be pressing even harder, I think, than they are right now. And if this is what it takes, better 73 games into the season than not at all.
You willing to keep 3 catchers on the roster when he comes back, or you going to keep running out Rob Refsnyder and hoping he gets right, or maybe an IL stint? Rob had said his knee was barking a couple weeks ago. What do we do with that move?
That might be a little specific for a national guy to come in. I'd be impressed if you have an answer to it.
Here's the thing. Paredes been good.
Are you doubting Passan?
No, I'm saying I'd be impressed. That's all.
He's got the roster in front of him. He knows this team inside and out. He joins us every week.
All right.
Okay, this is not some one-off national guest. This is Jeff Passan, Salk.
Thank you, Brock. I appreciate that. Mike, why don't you go watch some golf so the real ball knowers can talk?
That's a good drop. That's a good drop.
Yep. Noting that one.
Boys, that's what I'm here for. I know Mariners fans probably disagree with me, and I will acknowledge that you have seen more of his at-bats this year than I have. I'm not giving up on Rob Refsnyder yet. I'm just not.
Right.
I have seen the man kill left-handers for multiple teams and multiple places for too many years now to think that what we've seen from him so far is who he is. Now, I will acknowledge that Rob Refsnyder, at the end of the day, is a guy who has scraped together a career based on a very specific skill. And whereas we understand the aging curve on other sorts of skills, I don't know that there's by the way, platoon hitters stop in their mid-30s. Like, it just goes away. And so maybe there is something that has happened with Rob Refsnyder that I'm not clear about that has impacted his ability to do the one thing he does extremely well. That being said, there is an organization full of people right now in the Seattle Mariners who know the answer to that specific question better than I do.
Yeah.
And they are still holding on to him. And we're at the point now, guys, where I don't think they're holding on to him for pride's sake. I don't think they're holding on to him because they're like, hey, we spent $6.25 million on Rob Refsnyder this offseason, 3 times more than anyone has ever paid him before. And we're going to try and get our money's worth out of this. No, sorry. When you're almost halfway through the season and you should be in first place by 5-10 games and you're barely leading a team that's playing its games in a minor league park, that's not the time where pride comes into effect. That's not the time where you think to yourselves, there's a way to salvage this. No, that is, if you believe that the likelihood is this is not going to change and you haven't seen anything that's indicated to you that it's going to change, this is not sunk cost time. Or This is not time to quibble. It's time to accept that it is a sunk cost. So that tells me that the Mariners are of the belief that Rob Schneider's still got some of that magic left.
Finally, last thing quickly here. I saw your colleague, Buster Olney, tweeting yesterday that the Giants were willing to listen on Chapman, Adames, and Devers, in addition to Robbie Ray and Luis Arraez. I don't know that a few of those guys have any real interest here at all. And my God, are Devers and Adames owed a lot of money for not a lot of production recently? My God. So, like, I'm sure they're quote unquote available, but I don't know how many people are desperate to achieve that. How about Chapman?
Yes.
You
know what else? You know what else is available? Rotten watermelon at the grocery store. Here you go.
Exactly. But Chapman's not in that category. He's owed a lot of money, but he's still really productive. Is there a world in which the Mariners could trade for a Matt Chapman? And do the Giants eat some of that money left if there's the right package sent back?
Yeah, I think there's that world. And I think some of it is dependent on the outlook of Brendan Donovan. And I know, look, Brendan Donovan can play in the left and Brendan Donovan can play in right. And he can give Cole Young a blow at second base and give Colt Emerson a day at shortstop. And what do you do with J.P. Crawford? Like, it's possible. It would just be the sort of play, I think, where if you're the Mariners, you wait for the winner. And Matt Chapman's owed $25 million a year for 4 more years. It's not an insignificant amount of money. So, yes. Now, though, I'm not sure I see it.
Hey, very, very quickly here. Are you a geography guy at all?
Not really, but try me.
Right. Well, there's an African country just north of Ethiopia, and it's spelled Eritrea.
Yeah, Eritrea.
Yeah. How would you say that?
Eritrea.
Eritrea. Thank you.
Okay. No biggie. We've just been having a little debate today.
Yeah, I have a friend who's Eritrean. I hope that's how you pronounce it.
Well, it's a little iffy because I've always heard Eritrea, and then you listen to a lot of the Brits say it, and they kind of say Eritrea.
No. You're right, Jeffrey.
Why would you be listening to Brits, Mike? Are you a secret soccer fan?
Definitely not. Definitely not. You would have enjoyed watching the soccer game with me on Friday. I was a blast to watch. Like, I was really fun to be around.
He was about as much of a blast as when he hit the wrong button on his headsets and he lost all function and broke a pair of headsets in the studio earlier this morning. He's been on one today, Jeff.
Been that kind of day, Jeff.
Have
Just
a great
been that
week,
kind of day. Goodbye, sir. We'll talk to you next week.
See you, boys.
There you go. There's Jeff Passan, a great ball knower, apparently, and a great geography buff as well. All right. Moore's got this thing for us, Brock. Have you listened to any of this, either the Woo or the Julio stuff?
I've listened to all the Woo.
Oh, you have listened to the Woo?
I've listened to, I listened to a couple of the, because it was making its rounds. I've listened to some.
Because I've only listened to the Julio. I haven't heard the Woo.
Oh, I haven't really listened to the Julio.
Oh, okay. Well, then we can probably have some fun with this. We'll do it next on Brock and Salk.
Think you know the Mariners? Not if you aren't subscribed to the Daily Mariners newsletter from Seattle Sports.
That's what they've been waiting for.
The latest Mariners news and injury updates, exclusives from Mariners insider Shannon Dreyer.
You look at the pieces and how it works.
Plus the best takes and breakdowns from your favorite Seattle Sports hosts and contributors.
The Mariners seem to be trying to build something that I think is a little bit more sustainable.
The Daily Mariners newsletter.
Monster solo home run.
Subscribe at seattlesports.com/newsletter.
This summer, Western Washington drives Toyota Tacoma. Now through June 30th, lease a new 26 Tacoma SR5 4x4 for $299 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing for a contract cost of $14,763. Excludes all applicable taxes and government fees. A negotiable dock fee of $200 is included with approved credit through TFS. Price will vary based on accessories. Call 1-888-48-TOYOTA for details or go to toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
This is Rick Jones of Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men. As a family law attorney, I know firsthand the challenges and obstacles men face in divorce and custody matters. Our firm is committed to protecting what matters most, and we're on your team. Find us at goldbergjones.com.
I had pain, I had numbness in my feet.
That pain and that numbness just got worse and worse and worse as time went on.
This is Greg describing life with neuropathy.
I went to 5 podiatrists, tried different treatments, tried different orthotics, tried different shoes, had cortisone shots in the tops and the bottoms of my feet. Saw a neurologist. All my medical doctors said, can't help you. Live with the pain. You're not going to be able to sleep. This is your life. And then I just gave up until I found Sound Pain Solutions.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, drug and pain-free procedures that help neuropathy sufferers like Greg find relief.
I feel better. I mean, just feeling better is huge.
If you experience numbness, shooting or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025 or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Hey there, Dawn Riley from Olympic Hot Tub with exciting news. Our mid-year clearance event is on. You'll score big savings on all in-stock saltwater hot tubs and fabulous saunas. Plus, deep discounts on newly released floor model swim spas. These deals are incredible. But don't wait. Our mid-year clearance ends June 30th. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Olympic Hot Tub.
Step inside and let the excitement take you places. This is Muckleshoot Casino Resort, the ultimate spot for action that reaches incredible heights, luxury that knows no bounds, and live entertainment that always thrills. It's all at one incredible destination. So when you look for the best, look nowhere else. Muckleshoot Casino Resort, the biggest and best in the Northwest. Muckleshoot.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change presents Wisdom from the Road.
Summer means wide open spaces and a whole lot of extra miles. The last place you want your engine to give out is halfway to nowhere. Out here, low oil or a weak battery is just an ambush waiting to happen. That's why every oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change includes an 18-point maintenance check. These techs are trained to help spot issues early and keep you riding easy.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Change wisely.
What does baseball and Klein Jewelers have in common? Diamonds, of course. Hi, Andy Klein here. Sure, we love baseball, but we love diamonds even more. Why? Because our diamonds sparkle and last longer than 9 innings. Every diamond is hand-selected for maximum brilliance, quality, and value. Klein Jewelers by the Fountain in downtown Edmonds also has a big selection of engagement rings, wedding bands, diamond and gemstone fashion jewelry, and one-of-a-kind custom designs. Swing for the fences and shine with Klein.
How would you like to invest in the Seattle real estate market, one of the hottest and most stable regions in the country, and achieve a great rate of return on your investment without the effort of sourcing a deal, the expense and time of building permits, or all the hassles that come with being a landlord? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with 0 investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Invest in the stability and ease of Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund. Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
Hey baseball fans, Rick Witters with Cressy Door. At Cressy Door, we offer top-of-the-line garage doors, garage door service, and garage door repairs. Residential or commercial, please consider Cressy Door for all of your garage door needs. Cressy Door.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
Okay.
I kind of like that David Price comparison.
I mean, he's kind of similar. Kincaid also, the long arms and stuff.
I think we do that at 9:30.
Okay. So yesterday, Julio and Bryan Woo were among the attendees at the big World Cup match here at Seattle Stadium, Brock, which we know better as Lumen Field.
Mm-hmm.
And it sounds like in the last couple of days, each of them has gotten some like offbeat questions. So I heard a lot of the Julio answers to Mina Kimes as she gave some like teammate superlative type stuff. And then yesterday, Bryan Woo did some of that as well. So Maura thought we could like play a little guessing game. So we try to guess the answer.
So I had not heard. I saw Julio was on with Mina, and I saw some stuff with Woo maybe late last week or earlier this week. So this will be. I've not heard any of this.
Oh, you haven't heard any of it?
No.
Okay. All right. Maura, maybe we just do it with Brock then.
Yeah, sure.
All right.
This first one was the one that got me thinking that Brock was gonna like to guess these.
Nice.
Chris Rose on JM Baseball asked Bryan Woo who on the Mariners roster could play in the NFL. I think he gave 4 guys.
So we've always said Julio, right? That Julio would make a pretty good tight end.
Right. We've
Julio's
said
not
Randy.
on the list.
Julio's not on the list.
No,
Randy could be a
that's
safety.
Randy could be a strong safety.
For sure.
Okay.
Randy's built like a strong safety. He would be right there.
Mm-hmm. Would you already know Colt Emerson enough to know that he was a stud high school Ohio All-State wide receiver?
I don't see him as an NFL wide receiver necessarily.
Oh, really?
Maybe a little slot, like a little slot guy.
Are you stereotyping
You guys are going to
him?
be really surprised by this list. You haven't named one player yet.
What?
Wow.
No.
Wow. All right. Well,
don't
then
you dare say Naylor. He did not say Naylor.
All right. Let's hear what he says.
We've talked about this, actually. We were actually playing this game the other day. We were trying to build a football team out of our team. I mean, I think Cal could probably do a couple of things just size-wise. He can move. You know, I think he'd be able to at least handle the physicality.
No.
JP's got an unbelievable arm. Can put it where he wants. Those are really, really good football. I think Kirby's an unbelievable athlete, like one of those guys that's kind of good at everything. So I think if they needed, you know, I mean, obviously the NFL is the NFL, but like he's a good runner, good hands, good athlete, but
Kirby
sneaky. We've talked about this.
So he's got one more. Any guesses?
Well, this is the worst list I've ever heard. I'm horrified by this list.
Bryce Miller, cocky gunslinger.
Matt Brash, kicker.
No.
Oh, gosh. Cole Young, slot receiver.
I got nothing. I can't even think of who else. Given that he missed all the best answers, I can't even think of who else is left.
Luke Raley, tight end.
Oh, Luke Raley's a good answer.
That's not it.
That's a good guess.
It's a pitcher.
Pitcher? Munoz?
Gosh.
No.
I got nothing, man. Ferrer?
Play it.
Vargas.
So we got Jose Ferrer this year. We call him Chucky. Chucky is built like an absolute. He's a fullback. Like if you put him behind there and you give him the ball, I guarantee he's going to get you a couple yards. I mean, we've talked about it a few times, and it's kind of been the story since we got him. I think he's got a bigger lower half than Cal. Like it's that big. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, that's a good answer.
He's a strong boy.
Chucky'd be the one.
He's
a strong fella.
He saved what was one of the worst answers I've ever heard from a smart guy. I mean, we're noted Bryan Woo fans, especially of like
George Kirby.
That's a terrible answer. Come on.
What are we even doing here?
How do you leave Randy off that? Randy would kill people as a safety. I'm blown away by that answer.
You gotta be better.
I kind of wanted to play that for you guys because I didn't think you were going to get a lot.
That's just ridiculous. Just ridiculous, Bryan. I'm disappointed in you.
Power source out of Chucky.
Chucky.
Do we know why they call him Chucky?
Definitely not.
Okay.
Don't know what that means.
We'll have to dig into that one a little bit. All right, not the best. We always give Woo a lot of credit for
the
being
JP answer is good.
thoughtful.
I didn't know JP could throw a football that well, but I could see that. Like
it says a former Nationals bullpen coach gave him the moniker because of his permanent smile and relaxed demeanor.
Sure, Chucky.
Chucky.
The JP answer is a fine one. I got no issues with that, and obviously the Chucky one's fine.
Cal
and Kirby are awful answers on a team with Julio and Randy. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
all right,
be better.
What else we got more?
All right, who would Bryan Woo most? Because they were talking about how he used to be a hitter. Who would he most want to take yard from the starting rotation?
Bryce Miller or Logan.
You're both saying Bryce.
I think Bryce, but Logan, there's a part of me that thinks Logan just because they all like making fun of Logan so much.
Mm-hmm.
It's either Bryce or Logan.
I most like to take deep. Oh, God. Probably Bryce.
Yeah.
Just so I have bragging rights over him.
That's right. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Guys
Those guys like to throw the football together.
Mhm.
Bryce got that swag. He's got that Texan to his
Mhm.
Bay Area. Yeah, let me shut you up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one makes sense. Okay, he redeems himself a little bit.
Okay.
All right. Then Julio with Mina Kimes. Who would he want to have his back in a fight on the field?
Well, I mean, Naylor's going to go dirty. I mean, Naylor's going to go brass knuckles. Naylor's going to throw dirt in someone's eye. Like, Naylor's going to do whatever. I think he's just crazy, Captain Crazy. So I'm going to go Naylor, final answer.
I would have gone Randy.
Yeah,
but
me
no,
too.
But that's not who he says.
JP. Yeah.
All right.
I would definitely like JP to have my back. I trust him for that.
By the way, I think he answered JP for 3
Yeah.
answers. I don't have them all in
It's
here,
just all
but
JP.
That's his guy.
Yeah. There's a lot of JP on there.
All right, who would Julio from the Mariners roster put on the show that Salk's been talking about so much, Love Island?
Love Island?
Yeah. You got to be essentially good looking and dumb.
Well, and want to date around.
I'm not even sure that part's relevant. You got to be good looking and not smart. So this is both a compliment and an insult all at once.
Jeez. I don't know if he thought it through that much. I think he just thought would want to compete to hang out with single women.
Fine.
Cole Young.
Yeah, I'll put Woo in it. Woo. I'll put Woo. Or,
I feel like
I'll put Woo. I'll put Woo, or I would put like Cole Young or something.
Yeah.
You got one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kind of know our
Which I also was surprised to hear. Cole Young comes up again.
I don't know Cole Young from Adam, so I don't know what kind of guy he is. I don't know that I've ever talked to him.
I feel like this gives us some insight.
But I will tell you that Brian Wu is too smart to be on that show. Entirely too smart to be on the show. I've watched the show with my daughter. Brian Wu would be like an astrophysicist
I just
on
don't
that
think
show.
Julio's thinking it through like that. I think he's thinking what guys are like kind of good looking and could hang out
But
with.
now I'm imagining Brian Wu on that show with all of these morons, and it's pretty funny.
But you know what?
Brian Wu's like talking to the mental coach about like his emotional state, and these guys are like, "Oh my god, I suck head, suck head." Like, what? That's a terrible fit.
This is where I think we learned.
Yes, they're all idiots, Brock.
We learned a little something about Cole Young because he comes up again.
Okay.
Who would Julio most and least want to date his sister from the team?
Yeah, I saw that.
The person I would least want to date my sister, Cole Young.
He says that pretty.
The person I would want to
clearly.
date my sister, nobody from the team.
So the fact that he would want nobody from the team to date his sister, but he singles out Cole Young as the worst.
What? Does Julio even have a sister, or is this just hypothetical?
I think he does.
Okay. Wow.
Window in.
Yeah. All right. Well, Cole, there you go.
Yeah. Other than the answer, Wu's first answer, I feel like we kind of did it.
Those are all fine. Wu's first answer is truly awful.
Yeah, we'll have to talk to him about that.
I would like to.
I'll probably be the one.
Yeah.
I'll fix him.
And the fight one wasn't great either.
JP?
I mean, it's fine. I'm not saying JP's like a bad answer, but
he might have really sneaky fast hands.
I'm sure he does, but I'm not messing
I
with
mean, he was
Randy.
also asked who the best wingman is, and he said himself.
Yeah.
And I don't think you want someone that good looking to be your wingman.
Totally agree. On the other hand, like if you just need people to come over, if like the wingman is there to draw people in, Julio will draw them in. I mean, like they're gonna come over and be like, "Hi, can I hang out with you? You're Julio." But you're right. Once they see the eyes, they get caught up in the tractor beams, and then you got really no chance at that point. All right. Well, we'll give you guys everything you need to know. If that wasn't like everything you needed to know in the last 10 minutes, then maybe we'll find something left next on Brock and Salk.
Have you downloaded the Seattle Sports app?
We're going to have a challenge right here.
What are you waiting for?
Listen to this.
Every pitch.
Here comes the 3-2.
Every game.
Swung on and missed. Got him.
One app for free.
How about that, folks?
The Seattle Sports app. Every game.
Julio racing back.
Right in the palm of your hands.
Makes a leap and makes the catch.
Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcasts.
They got it. Wow.
The Seattle Sports app.
Hey, It's Mike Salk here from my friends at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. And man, do they ever have some good shows coming up. We're getting close to Chris Tucker on Friday, June 26th. If you do like comedy, David Spade as well in August. Country music, you got Mitchell Tenpenny. Rock, you got Hinder on July 3rd. And then Queensryche in October. There's some great stuff. Find all the details and tickets at snocasino.com. It is Seattle's closest. Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Please game responsibly.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey Seattle, Jake Bobo from Techline Roofing. Are you in the market for a new roof? With the strongest workmanship warranty in the business, Techline Roofing has you covered. Take advantage of our easy financing and our summer special. Trust Techline.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
When you buy a new vehicle from Lee Johnson, you'll get a lifetime powertrain warranty included.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
What if I told you a local credit union is giving members up to $30 per month just to make everyday purchases? Dave Wyman here, and when I heard about the offer from Harborstone Credit Union, I said, sign me up. And that's what I did at harborstone.com/cash. You know, I'm not a tech-savvy guy, but opening a checking account was easy enough for me to figure out. I got my PNW Cashback checking account for free, no fees or minimums, and when I make everyday purchases with my Harborstone PNW Cashback debit card, I earn up to $30 each month. My wife loves it when I get cash back on gas, groceries, coffee, travel, and lunch. All categories count towards your cash back. You can even tap to pay. If you live, work, or worship in the state of Washington, sign up for a membership with Harborstone Credit Union and get the PNW Cashback free checking account. Open your free account online like I did at harborstone.com/cash or visit one of their 29 branches across the Northwest.
Insured by NCUA. Terms and conditions apply.
Mariners and Orioles tonight at T-Mobile. First pitch at 6:40, 5:30 pregame. Every pitch, every game, one app for free. The Seattle Sports app.
Did you really think Pure Talk was just going to sit back and watch America turn 250 years old without doing something awesome to celebrate? Of course not. That's why they're raising $250,000 for America's Warrior Partnership by the end of July. America's Warrior Partnership is on the front line of preventing veteran suicide. They've had extraordinary success, and here's how you can help. When you switch your cell phone service to Pure Talk this month, you'll be invited to round up to support America's Warrior Partnership. No pressure, but if you do, Pure Talk will match your donation dollar for dollar. And to further celebrate 250 years of our extraordinary democratic republic, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for just $34.99 a month. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. That's pound 250, say Mike Rowe. And happy birthday to us.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 22nd, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi. Just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, Mariners with Cal Raleigh back to it tonight. Looking forward to seeing Cal back in uniform behind the plate, hitting bombs and doing all the things that they kind of have missed, not just during the month he's been out, but as we said, Brock, really throughout the year, where he just hasn't been the guy that they had come to count on, not just last year, but even for the previous few years where he was a very good player, maybe not quite an elite player, but a very, very good one. They haven't gotten any of that yet this year, and I think getting it back starting tonight would be huge. Harold Reynolds been watching his at-bats in Tacoma and says he thinks that's absolutely what we're going to get.
I said he hit 5. I'm not going to show you all 5 of them, but just the timing, everything's fluid. Even that he's full, but because he's got himself in a good position, he can homer. Now let's go to right side. Same thing. Start early, boom, homer. All right, now, here's what he's added. I want you to just watch this because if you look at what he's doing, just to silhouette, he's moving already. He's moving early before the pitcher even delivered. He was a still, stiff hitter. Now he's got rhythm even before the ball is thrown. And boom, Cal Raleigh is back. And I think he will be on fire when he comes back to the big league starting tomorrow.
What? Have you considered just what that really means? Like an on-fire Cal Raleigh, the guy who hits 10 home runs, 12 home runs a month? What that does for the team, it's a huge difference.
For now, in a season, it's 89 games. Right? We're not talking 150 games. Like, you're nearly to the halfway point after this homestand. So what that would mean for this group in the second half of the season would be extraordinary. I think Jeff called him a shadow of himself. I think those of us this year would say a shell of himself. Just wasn't right. Wasn't right at the World Baseball Classic. Wasn't right coming back from the World Baseball Classic. Had a little stretch where he hit, 3 home runs in 4 days or something of that nature. But outside of that, it was very, very little. And boy, would it be a boost to this team's efforts.
Yeah, it sure would. Meanwhile, lots of other decisions to make when Cal does come back. Who gets sent down in his place? Johnny Parade is the easy answer, but God, it really feels unfair considering how good he's been. Is there a way to put Ref Snyder on the injured list and allow him to kind of get back to health? I don't know, but
is JP the starting third baseman tonight?
I think he probably is.
What does the lineup look like tonight? If Randy is back in left field, do you put Cal back at the top of it, or
is Naylor back? Is Randy back? Jeff did not seem very positive about Andres Munoz. That made me a little nervous. I know he said he hadn't heard anything, but still made me a little nervous. So I don't know, put all those things together, Brock, and I think the Justin Hollander update before the game around 3 o'clock is going to be very, very, very important.
Very extensive index card.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
That got me. You want news, Brock? We got some funny breaking news, I think.
Sure.
John Tortorella out.
No.
I swear to God.
Are you serious?
From the Vegas Golden Knights. General Manager Kelly McCrimmon announced today, June 16th, following update, John Tortorella will not return to the team's coaching staff following this season. We thank Torts for the guidance he provided our team since joining the organization in March when the decision was made to bring Torts to Vegas. By the way, how great is it that in the statement he says, Torts, we need an immediate impact to help us at a pivotal point in the season. Torts' experience and leadership provided to be the boost we were looking for, helping guide us to the Stanley Cup final. We're grateful for Torts' passion, sincerity, and commitment to our organization, and we wish him and his family the best.
What is wrong with Torts?
He wears on you pretty quick. crazy, though. I mean, we were talking about the guy from
the
Tunisia.
manager and now Torts.
Well, at least they didn't fire Torts during the Stanley Cup Finals.
If Torts had won the Stanley Cup, would they have brought him back?
I don't think so.
I really appreciate it.
I don't think they wanted to mess around. He already cost them a draft pick next year by refusing to talk to the media. I don't think they wanted any more time with Torts. Funny they called him Torts 4 times in the statement. Everything about it is great. Anyway, that's the big news in hockey. From women's hockey, if you're interested, Seattle Torrent Brock drafting second in tomorrow's draft. So they won't get Caroline Harvey, who's generational. But Abby Murphy, Layla Edwards, that's kind of the choice. 2 players that were both major contributors on the U.S. Olympic team that won the gold, if you got into it. And watch that during the winter. One of those 2 players will be here in Seattle this season.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Brandon Sorsby is entering the supplemental draft, Brock. 2nd-round pick, 3rd-round pick. I don't see any way he slips to the 4th. Here's Field Yates on what could happen.
Make no mistake about it. If Brandon Sorsby played well in 2026, he was going to go in the first round of 2027. This guy's legit. He had a chance to go maybe in the top 10 picks if things broke really right during his time at Texas Tech. Which team might be interested? Hard not to think about a team like the New York Jets, still looking for a long-term answer. Plenty of draft capital right now. Beyond that, could a team like the Cleveland Browns, also still looking for a long-term answer. They have additional draft capital to work with the Myles Garrett trade. And then, of course, the Arizona Cardinals, a team that kind of on the periphery here. Not sure they would make a ton of sense because of the Carson Beck selection, but Beck drafted at the top of the 3rd round. Not enough to fully stamp him as the guy that they are going to build around going forward.
That's where I would go. That's what makes the most sense to me is Arizona.
Well, and just remember, too, like that's all just talent, right? You're just looking at the pure stuff. What about all the other stuff that comes with it? And a guy that's bet thousands of games, that bet on his own team at some point. I don't think that's going to be a real red flag.
I mean, I do, but
NFL teams
in Arizona, that's like a perfect kind of quiet. I'm not even just making fun. Like it's a quiet place where you don't have to face that much media pressure. There's not like an angry fan base. Like you can kind of work in obscurity. You can work in obscurity there. I think. That's everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show.
Yeah, it will be fascinating. I think that's where in July, still a little ways away, and the teams that finish at the bottom will have kind of first dibs at it, and they all put their kind of bid in for where you would go with that. And I'll tell you, as a fan of college football, I'm glad that this is out of the equation.
How good is he?
Yeah, he's pretty good. He's athletic. You know, he was kind of under the radar at Cincinnati. Right, when you went from Indiana to Cincinnati, again, you talk about a non-kind of powerhouse and kind of a quiet Big 12 program, and he put up some productive numbers, and then he was going to make $5 to $6 million, and the house, and the pool house, and the Mercedes, and everything that was there. And
not to mention that Kalshi money he gets every time he bets on his own team. I mean, like, think about how he could have supplemented all of that. Yeah. All right. Well, coming up, Brock, we are going to. Oh, we're doing Answer the Question.
Yeah, I'm
today.
not going to sabotage.
No, let's not. Don't sabotage. Don't waylay. None of that. 866-979-3776. Any question, any subject. Send us questions. Let's go. Anything. We're ready to go with Answer the Question Jerk today. 866-979-3776. Send us a question now, and we'll answer those here in about 20 minutes at 9:45. Any question, any subject. Before we do it, Jeff Passan made an absolutely fascinating comp from one potential Mariner to a guy who everyone should know. And if I'm a Mariner fan, it's exactly what I would have wanted to hear. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Stick around for Bump and Stacy coming up next at 10.
That's right. That's what this news feels like.
Committee for
So there's going to be a committee to decide whether they're going to make an announcement and when they're going to make an announcement.
Give Seattle a team.
Bump and Stacy with Michael Bumpus and Stacy Rost next at 10.
I hope you guys are prepared to be embarrassed by my behavior.
We're going to be on Hard Knocks for sure.
We're definitely going to be on Hard Knocks because I will drag us in front of these cameras.
On Seattle Sports.
Highlights don't win games. The full box score does. I'm Brock Heward, and most business leaders aren't short on data. They're short on clarity. Numbers are scattered across ERP, CRMs, and spreadsheets, making decisions reactive instead of confident. And that's not how great businesses are built. Marquee IQ brings all your data together into one clear view, even if it lives in disconnected systems or offline, so you can see what's really happening and act faster. Stop running your business on highlights. Get the full picture. Visit datathatwins.com to see what Marquee IQ can do.
You don't have to be a great golfer to get a handicap. You don't have to play every weekend. And you definitely don't have to be super competitive. A golf handicap index is for any golfer. Michael Bumpus here. In fact, it only takes 3 18-hole rounds to get started. So whether you play to compete, improve, or just have more fun with your golf buddies, a handicap makes the game fair and more interesting. Getting one is easy. Sign up, post 3 rounds, and you're set. Learn more at wagolf.org/710. That's wagolf.org/710.
When it comes to your home's water, Culligan makes it better. Say goodbye to hard water, odors, and rusty iron stains. Plus, a Culligan Whole House PFAS system is the only system certified to reduce 99.99% of forever chemicals and over 70 other harmful contaminants. Start with a free water test and let Culligan recommend the right solution for you and your water. Ask about 12-month, no payment, no interest financing too. Visit Culligan.com. Impurities may not be in your water.
Hey, it's G. Scott. Let's talk real for a sec. Summer is supposed to be about sunshine and kids having fun. But when the kids are home all day, that grocery bill, yeah, it grows fast. That's why I want you to know about Sunbucks and why our friends at Safeway are helping get the word out. If your family qualifies, you can receive $120 per child to spend on groceries this summer. Food in your cart and a little less pressure on that budget. And let me be clear about this. There's no catch, no judgment. This program is simply about making sure kids have enough to eat when school is out. Here's the important part. Many families are enrolled automatically, and a card may already be headed to your mailbox. But some families do need to apply depending on income and where you live. So take a couple minutes and check. Visit freesummermeals.org. That's freesummermeals.org. Safeway, looking out for your family this summer. Once again, that's freesummermeals.org.
Hey everybody, Jermaine Curse with Pacific Northwest Interiors featuring CS Floors. Countertops, window covering, and flooring. From design to installations, Pacific Northwest Interiors has you covered. Come stop in to any of our new showrooms.
Get ready for soccer's biggest stage. Join Dick's Sporting Goods for a pep rally at Northgate Mall June 19th, featuring a live DJ, activities, and more. Bring the energy and rep the red, white, and blue before kickoff. Dick's Sporting Goods at Northgate Mall, 9 a.m. to noon.
Hey there, Dawn Riling from Olympic Hot Tub with exciting news. Our mid-year clearance event is on. You'll score big savings on all in-stock saltwater hot tubs and fabulous saunas. Plus, deep discounts on newly released floor model swim spas. These deals are incredible. But don't wait. Our mid-year clearance ends June 30th. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Olympic Hot Tub. Mariners and Orioles tonight at T-Mobile. First pitch at 6:40, 5:30 pregame. Every pitch, every game, one app for free. The Seattle Sports app.
Progressive's Home Quote Explorer helps you easily find and buy the right coverage for you. It's everything you've always wanted. Well, I mean, as far as a website that lets you shop, quote, and buy insurance in one place. But hey, maybe that is everything you've always wanted. Yeah, people have different types of dreams. And if all you've ever been searching for is a website that helps you choose home insurance rates and coverage, boy, do we have great news about Progressive's Home Quote Explorer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money. a lot. And that's important, trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
This hour is brought to you by Davis Law Group.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Should be fun to do Answer the Question Jerk in 15 minutes. We got 2 questions twice. It's kind of rare. 2 different questions we got 2 different versions of from different people.
Really?
I know. Both sports questions.
How often does Salk go on tilt like he did at 7:15 this morning?
That was 8:15, right? 7:15?
7:15.
Oh, man, that was frustrating.
Yikes.
That was very frustrating. Depends. About once a year when I, accidentally hit the self-destruct button that stops allowing me to listen to anything in my headphones.
So you asked me a question, and we'll get to Passan here in a second. How long could I jump rope for?
Yeah.
Like, do I have to go fast?
No.
You don't have to go fast.
But you
Just
can't
stand
double tap. You have to just one jump.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
How long do you think you could do that for?
I don't know. Maybe I'll try it right after the show.
Without messing up and without getting tired.
Right.
Yeah, Cecily was
I
asking.
did a fair amount of jump rope in my life,
Yeah.
especially back in college and everything else for foot speed and agilities and all that
I
good
watched a
stuff.
competition of it last night. Some kid went for 8 straight minutes. It was pretty impressive.
That's pretty, yeah.
It was pretty good. And he looked
Yeah.
like he could. I was shocked when he stopped. Like, it looked like he could have gone for twice that. So, yeah. All right. So we did talk to Jeff there. The Mariners have a decision to make, right? You just got so many pitchers. Like, we keep talking about this, and they've been pushing it off. And, they tried the 6-man rotation, and then it was the piggyback with Luis and Miller, and then it was back to the 6-man. And now, they've got to make a decision on what to do next. They've only announced pitchers for tonight, Logan Gilbert, and tomorrow, George Kirby. And after that, they haven't announced what they're going to do. So obviously they spent the day yesterday talking about it, maybe talking to people about it. I am right there with Jeff. If it was me, I am doing exactly what he said.
At this point, I'm probably going to a 5-man rotation, letting those guys cook and putting Luis Castillo in the bullpen.
I think that is the first thing you have to do.
Mm-hmm. Through this entire process, Jeff has been incredibly sensitive to Luis Castillo and what this says to him.
Yep.
Maybe as sympathetic as anybody that we've talked to through this process. Because, I think he's looking at it from a baseball perspective, a respect factor, the way you treat guys like Luis, what Luis the Rock himself has meant to this organization and to this team. And wouldn't you agree that if anybody we talk to, it feels like Jeff has the most kind of sympathy to make sure you handle this delicately?
Not only do I agree, but I think he's right. I mean, I agree with Jeff, too. Like, you do want to be very sensitive to Luis, and he has been incredibly important to the team, and he is a veteran, and he does mean a lot to those guys. Like, all true. And also, it's time. Not because he's bad, but because you have some significant concerns in your bullpen right now. And, Matt Brash, even Dan Wilson, who has said literally every single injury this year right away, he said, it's fine. Literally every one. Even Dan was like, it could be a while on Brash.
Mm-hmm.
So my take is we may never see Matt Brash again on the face of the earth. Like, he might fall through a chasm. That might be the end. Like, we may never see the man again.
He might be on a flight to Tunisia with that guy.
He might.
Yes.
He gotten sacked like the coach. No, my guess is it's going to be a little while with Matt Brash. And then hearing Jeff talk about Munoz, that made me a little nervous too. So you got a problem in your bullpen. Quite frankly, you had a question mark about enough guys in your bullpen before those 2 guys got hurt.
Mm-hmm.
So I think there is a very easy opportunity.
And you think his stuff plays up?
I do, yes.
Yep.
Specifically, I mean, everything about Luis has seemed to come back to stuff and velocity as opposed to just command. If it was all like, he just doesn't command it well anymore, the controls, like, okay, fine, then maybe it doesn't. But everything has been like, well, when his velo is 96 to 98, he's great. When it's 93 to 95, he's not. Okay, well, put him in the bullpen. Like, make this stuff play up and bring him in late in games. I think that's the direction.
Do you think he has some concern that's twofold? Number one, never done it. And number two, right? Didn't he have an elbow last year and last couple times? Like so many of these guys. No, you don't think so?
I mean, Luis had a shoulder, I believe it is, a long time ago. But he's been he literally has been a rock since coming to Seattle. Like, he has been as healthy as a horse since coming here. I know there were some concerns.
At this very kind of stage of his career, you do wonder, like, does he think that maybe this is not a good thing for my arm?
I think the question is, Luis has we talked about this. He has an option that gets triggered with enough innings pitched.
Right.
And if he's in the bullpen, he's not going to hit those innings pitched.
And that option is not for 27.
It's for 28.
A vesting option.
So if you want to do this for Luis and with Luis, and you want to not make him mad in the process, you need to either guarantee that option or make it contingent on a different element, something other than innings.
Appearances.
Right, you have to put it as appearances, whatever you think is the right way to do it. You can't do it, and you probably need to. That's a conversation. That's $27 million or whatever it is in that year. I mean, that's significant. That could go to something else. So you've got to be very sure. But I don't think you've got to be careful unless somebody else gets hurt later. You got 7 guys.
It is interesting. I do hear a little bit more, even though she hasn't said this today. I think she said it yesterday. I just kind of hear some of this, and it's Mora, and it's a Mariner fan base, and it's a Seattle fan, and it's a fan base that has championship expectations. And I think it's like, well, why are we so sensitive to this? Like, isn't this all about winning a World Series? And aren't we 73 games into the season? And shouldn't it be a pretty simple conversation to tell one of your players, this is in the best interest of our team, and this is what we're going to do for our team moving forward to win? Isn't that a very, specific kind of Seahawk, and, just that's the way we go about it? So why is this so delicate with Luis? Why does it have to be so delicate?
I'm guessing because I'm guessing, Brock, because of that option.
Okay.
I don't know. I honestly, I have no idea. But if I were him, I'd be like, well, no, I have an option based on being a starter. Change my option or pick it up, and I'm happy to do this.
Well, you've also been the worst starter on our team, and every metric tells us that. Every metric under the hood, every baseball metric tells us that you're not
my problem.
And the other 5 guys are.
Okay, but you signed me to be a starter. This is what's in my – if you want me to go to the bullpen quietly and comfortably, that's what I want. I want you to change my contract so that I'm able to still reach the same incentives that I had before, but in a different way. If you're going to change my role, I want my contract to be reflected. Other than that, fine, you can put me there, but it may not go the way you want it to. That's what I would do. You wouldn't? You would say, $27 million? Nah, I'm good. Yeah, just put me in the bullpen. Fine. I don't need that money.
No, I think the right thing to do would be to put something in place there that is still reachable.
That's what I said. Yeah.
Yeah.
Give me an opportunity. I'm not saying you have to pick it up.
I'm not going to guarantee
No,
that
okay.
today.
I'm not saying you have to
go out and
either guarantee it or change the metrics so that it is something I can reach from the bullpen. Yeah, because if it's going to just be something I can't, then no, I'm not going to do that.
All right.
I'm not going to go quietly and comfortably into the bullpen if that's not what you're willing to do on the other side. Now, I don't know whether any of that's true. I'm not suggesting that conversation has gone on. Just that if I were Luis Castillo, that would be my first response. That would be why I would be so resistant. It wouldn't be about my identity. It wouldn't be about, ignoring the numbers. It would just be, hey, if I remain a starter, I have an opportunity anyway to reach this number. If you're not going to give me that opportunity, then maybe I'm not going to pitch for you or be a quiet, comfortable clubhouse guy during the next year. And so, he holds some level of power in this thing. That's the reality of baseball over other sports with the guaranteed contract. Luis has some legitimate power in this deal. And if he doesn't want to do it without some sort of a either guarantee or a change to his contract, he has the ability to play that trump card. And I wouldn't blame him for doing it at all. That's why he signed that contract.
Okay, so the other cool little piece from Passan was a comp.
Yep.
You tease this, and a comp that I think should be familiar, certainly to any passionate baseball fan. Like Paul Salk's a passionate golf watcher. If you're a passionate baseball fan, you'll recognize the name that Passan mentioned to us.
I think this has been in the cards the entire time, and the only way we were going to see him in the rotation is if there were injuries. And here's the thing, you can build Cody Anderson back up. I think that the best move for him, the actual precedent of this, I used Johan Santana as an example. The actual perfect comparison here is David Price. And David Price came up essentially as a fireman. And I think having Cade Anderson in a multi-inning role where you're being careful, right? You have him go 2 or 3 innings at the beginning and sort of stretch him down, or maybe you just wait. You have him on the roster and you wait for one of those days where a starter doesn't have a good day, and then you bring him in, and then you just taper it.
So I love the comp, and I went back and looked at David Price in 2008 when he was first called up by Tampa. In many ways, it's awesome. Both guys are left-handed. Both guys have kind of a long, levered kind of delivery. Like, there's an obvious sort of visual comp there. David Price, I believe, was number 1 or 2 overall. But okay. I mean, like, there's a good comp. And Price was awesome that year. So they called him up in 2008 in the regular season. Now, the difference is he only pitched in 5 games.
That's right.
1 as a starter. But he had an ERA under 2 in his 14 innings. He allowed all of 3 earned runs. He was nasty. And then in the playoffs, he was even better. I mean, he was tremendous. In the ALCS against the Red Sox that year, he made 3 appearances and had a 0 ERA. It was 0. With a whip of .857. I remember him. He was nasty.
September.
And then, they did. And then he went to the World Series, where he made 2 appearances and finished with an ERA of 2.7. I mean, he was awesome.
But they held the line till September.
Yep.
We're in June. Are we ready to do this now? Now, they're similar age. I think David was a year older. Cade will turn 22 on July 6th, so just a couple weeks away. I think David Price, when called up, was 22 and then turned 23 for that. So, about a year, but that doesn't matter much. Both unbelievably accomplished college pitchers out of the SEC in the top 3 picks in their respective drafts. Cade could have very easily been 1-1 and probably should have, could have, would have been 1-1.
Yeah. Fascinating looking at that Rays team and trying to figure that out. I mean, this was their rotation. James Shields was their ace. By the way, almost a 4-win player that year. He was great at that time. Then Andy Sonnenstein, who was sort of a rando, who had a decent year. Kind of a league average guy. Matt Garza, you remember Matt Garza, former Twin? He had a really good year. Yeah. Edwin Jackson had a decent year, and Scott Kazmir, the little lefty, actually had a really good year for being one of my least favorite players ever to watch play baseball. So, like, they didn't really, it's kind of the same thing where they had pretty decent starting pitching on that team. Everyone in their bullpen, pretty good year, too, other than their closer, who was Troy Percival.
So as Passan said, he came in as a fireman to put out fires. It was a get over the top in September, October.
Yeah, in just 5 games, he had a half a win. His WAR was 0.5 in just 5 games coming out of the pen. Yeah, I don't think you need to wait to September in order to do that. Now, is June a little early? Maybe. I would try the Luis thing first.
What is the innings limit? Right, if there is going to be an innings cap on him,
they're not going to tell you what that is, nor should they.
I understood. But how do you navigate that then over the next 2.5 months so he can be available to you in September if that is the ideal role? Man, the beautiful thing about baseball is these are there's so many of these conversations, and this one kind of impacts that one, and that one kind of plays a role on that one, and then that move has kind of a corresponding, right? I mean, it just, pretty wild.
These are good problems still to have. But at some point, I think you probably need to have some difficult conversations in order to get something done. We'll see what happens when we hear from Justin Hollander, probably around 3 o'clock this afternoon. Right now, though, we'll answer some questions.
This is Brock and Salk's Answer the Question, Jerk.
Keep asking questions. Come on, I'll answer them. Come on, I'm here. I'm going to answer your questions, dang it.
Answer my question! The question, jerk! Well, don't just stand there. Answer the question, jerk!
All right, let's see, Brock. We got a tremendous number of questions very quickly. I said that we got a couple of them twice. One was about Brendan Donovan. Has Brendan Donovan vanished like in Back to the Future? Where is the news on him? There is no news. We're waiting. I mean, you're just waiting.
He's at the facility down in Arizona. So like Cal, when Cal got hurt, Cal went to Arizona for a couple weeks, and Donovan is down there doing his rehab and his training, his development there, and by all accounts have not done much baseball activity.
You don't want him to. I mean, you want him to take as long as he can in order to make sure that it's a core injury that fully goes away and you don't restart too early and then make this whole thing worse. So honestly, until you hear news, you're not going to hear anything about Brendan Donovan. He's just down there doing his thing. He hasn't disappeared. It's just a core injury.
I think the last time we heard from Justin on his little index card, he was going to get a shot to that area to calm things down and try to help that process of healing. I would estimate you'll hear from Mr. Hollander today on where he is in that healing process and if any baseball activities have started.
All right. The other question we got multiple times, John Tortorella is on the market. What are the chances the Kraken pull the trigger? Do you want Torts? I don't know whether this team needs Torts right now. I love him. He's fascinating.
Press conferences would be so much more entertaining.
A lot more interesting.
I just pulled up this one from 2020 with Larry Brooks when he was in New York. Do you remember this? When you guys were talking about it.
Well, you know what we did.
What did you do?
Next question.
What did you do? I mean, you know what you did. What do you think you did?
Brooksy, if I want to explain it to you, I would. Next question.
Are you answering no questions or what?
I guess that's what I'm saying, Brooksy. You get that through your head?
I guess so.
Yeah.
And it's kind of a waste of time.
Oh, then get the out of here then.
Yeah.
Okay, see ya.
He would be entertaining. I don't think they go down that road right
Lane
now.
Train's kind of the JV version of Torts, right?
Yeah, Lane already has I think Lane's pretty entertaining.
Yeah.
When he gets mad, I'd like to hear more of that from Lane.
I mean,
Lambert
apparently we decided not to play today.
Apparently. Decided not to shoot.
Yes.
Apparently
we decided we weren't going to shoot the puck today.
So funny. Love that. Jerks. Nice plate of lasagna or enchiladas? I'm going to go lasagna every day.
I mean, when lasagna is done well, its ceiling is going to be higher than enchiladas. It just is. More going on.
I think it's almost always better. In almost every category.
You can have some bad lasagna.
You can have some bad enchiladas. I'll take lasagna. I think that's just a better bet.
I'm going to say enchiladas higher floor. Lasagna higher ceiling.
I love Mexican food, and enchiladas are towards the bottom for me.
What's near the top? Tamales?
I mean, I love any kind of taco.
Oh,
I like Mexican food, but
Taquitos,
most of it's all kind of similar. It's a similar combination of flavors. Just in different packages.
Taquito, chimichanga.
Yeah.
Tamale.
It's like we went to a fried seafood place the other day, and my friend Tom was like, well, they're all just tartar sauce delivery systems. It doesn't really matter whether you get shrimp or clams or fish or whatever. It's just a delivery system for tartar sauce. Yeah, that's pretty true. I'm with you. I get that. Let's see. Talking to a buddy about golf majors, he doesn't like the U.S. Open as much as the others because the winning score hovers so close to par and the guys don't make putts. I disagree. I love the carnage. What about you? I love it too. I love the carnage.
Yeah. And they got a little tune-up with the Memorial.
Yep.
The Memorial is kind of a precursor of things to come. They set that thing up tough out there in Dublin, Ohio, Jack's course.
For sure.
I
think the U.S. Open.
Shinnecock's going to be running so fast this week.
It's probably my favorite. Yeah, I love it. I think I usually say that U.S. Open 1, Open Championship 2. So, yeah, I'm psyched. Best part of the major season coming up here, bro.
Jordan have a chance, though?
No, not even a little. But that's okay. Don't worry about it. He'll be fine. I just saw a video of Jordan hitting someone with a golf ball or something. Like he hit and then was like, "Oh my God, there's somebody over there!" Like somebody walked into this path. Jerks. If someone gave you $1 billion, Salk, could you hang out on the Love Island villa and watch the World Cup with the contestants? Yes, easily.
Yes,
without a problem. And in fact, it wouldn't take a bill. I'd do it for less. 500 grand sold. I'm trying to think of what that number is.
50 grand, you would
sold.
For 250.
Absolutely, yes.
Of course you would.
100 grand
100K?
Sold.
Probably still do it.
No tax, like 100 grand clear. Yeah, 100 grand done. Absolutely.
Cash.
50? Yeah, absolutely. 100% yes.
They're just on like an island in Fiji, right?
They're in Fiji.
Yeah, that.
Somebody's going to pay me 50 grand just to go to Fiji, even if, with a bunch of idiots? Yeah.
5 grand? Probably not.
5 grand? No. I'm out. I think that number's probably like
25.
50. 25. Somewhere, it's hovering between 25 and 50. It's definitely no lower than 25 grand.
You can make so much more as an influencer.
I don't want to. I don't want that money. That's blood money. I'm
Social
out.
career will skyrocket.
No, that's blood money. Didn't you see Britain just yesterday? They're banning social media for kids under 16. Crazy.
Probably
awesome.
I'm not mad at them. Jerks, if Russell Wilson made a public apology to Seattle, would we let him come back and retire a Seahawk? Well, I don't think he needs to publicly apologize to anybody, nor do I think that's our call.
He will retire a Seahawk.
You think so? You think they give him a 1 day?
Oh, 100%.
Really?
Won a Super Bowl nearly a second. And oh, by the way, the trade of him.
Wow, I don't think they will at all.
Really helped you bolster your second Super Bowl.
You think they're going to sign Russell to a 1 day retirement contract?
They just did it for Cassius Marsh.
Like this year?
Oh, I don't know if it'll be this year.
Oh, so it might be like 5 years down the road?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant like right now, like one day and okay.
No.
Good question. I don't think they will.
They're not going to retire him in Denver or Pittsburgh.
I don't know. I don't know. I think they will do that.
I think it'll be Ring of Honor. And don't you have to retire with the team to do that?
God, that's a great question.
Yes, he will.
They definitely won't do it this year. As for whether or not they do it in the future, good question.
Now, will some plug their nose? Probably.
Yeah.
But yes.
Good
That'll
question.
happen.
All right. Jerks. Is someone under the Brock's desk tickling his bare feet with a feather? Why does he chuckle for the entirety of the 3 hours he's on? Well, because his co-host is hilarious.
And I love what I do.
Yeah.
I just get so much joy, especially when Salk loses his ever-loving mind and drops F-bombs and breaks headphones.
All right.
It's really fun. This is really fun.
This is really fun. Jerks, yes or no to rhubarb? I made rhubarb sauce on vanilla ice cream. Feel like it's love or hate? Love. Absolutely.
What did you make? You put rhubarb on something.
Heather made a chicken with rhubarb and onion. It was great.
Very tart.
It was good. It was really good with chicken.
Was it really?
Yeah, because lemons aren't tart enough anymore. Like you go get a lemon at the grocery store, it's barely even like sour.
Not them lemons at that rental house that Maura was looking at.
Wow.
Those were.
She was still trying to figure out if they were.
They weren't. I still don't know what they are. We got all kinds of texts. I didn't see anything that looked like them. It's Brock's favorite thing to have.
That was
his
so
favorite.
Fun.
All right, we got to go.
It was so fun. It was like really fun. That's it? You said we got like 1 million questions.
I know, but we're out of time. It's more a matter of we have to leave. It's time for Bump and Stacy. Somebody asked on the thing if Bump and Stacy know that their time is over. Like if it's gone on too long. And I was like, what? But then they clarified it was just the Bump and Stacy promo that's been running too long, not their show. So you're saying
busy day. Busy day.
Yeah. All right. We'll have a lot more info tomorrow when we get in here at 6 a.m.
To react.
Until then, Brock, the hay.
Barnes.
See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
Stick around for Bump and Stacy, coming up next at 10.
That's right. That's what this news feels like.
Committee for
There's going to be a committee to decide whether they're going to make an announcement and when they're going to make an announcement.
Give Seattle a team.
Bump and Stacy with Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross next at 10.
I hope you guys are prepared to be embarrassed by my behavior.
We're going to be on Hard Knocks for sure.
We're definitely going to be on Hard Knocks because I will drag us in front of these cameras.
On Seattle Sports.
Do you need a new roof? Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free estimate and secure $500 off your project this summer. Our technicians build a custom plan to ensure a high-quality roof installation every time. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Hey baseball fans, Rick Witters with Cressy Door. At Cressy Door, we offer top-of-the-line garage doors, garage door service, and garage door repairs. Residential or commercial, please consider Cressy Door for all of your garage door needs. Cressy Door.
You know, I used to think all money managers were the same until I spoke with Fisher Investments.
Really? How different are they?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, keeping clients up to date on their portfolio.
Well, they probably just invest in a bunch of mutual funds like I do.
Nope. They build a tailored portfolio based on their clients' personal goals, helping them stay on track for a comfortable retirement.
Well, they must make commissions selling products.
Actually, Fisher doesn't sell any commission-based products. They're a fiduciary, and they believe that's a conflict.
Then they have some kind of complex fee structure.
Nope. Fisher has a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of their client's portfolio. So they do better when their clients do better.
It sounds like Fisher really is different.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Fisher Investments. Clearly different wealth management. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Do you have stiff laundry or scale buildup on your sinks and showers? Those are classic signs of hard water. At Culligan, they deliver softer, cleaner water throughout your entire home. A Culligan water softener removes the hardness from your water and extends the life of your appliances. Plus, it can improve the quality of your skin and hair. Ask about 12-month, no payment, no interest financing too. Go to Culligan.com. That's Culligan.com. Contaminants or impurities may not be in your water.
Guys, I'll never forget the first time I saw somebody get results at our clinic. He was an 81-year-old man who hadn't been intimate with his wife in over 8 years. Viagra had stopped working for him, and he was desperate for help. After several treatments, he walked into my office and told me he couldn't believe the results. Needless to say, this was a very happy man. This man made me a believer in what we do. He had taken pills for years, but he had never fixed the problem. When he came to us, we fixed the problem. Our treatment does what no pill can do. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. Change your life today, like the thousands of men who already have.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy. With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Less than 4 in 10 kids aged 6 through 12 are playing sports regularly. 4 in 10 kids? Let it sink in. Just 4 in 10 kids. ESPN is building a nationwide coalition powered by Disney called Take Back Sports, with the purpose of training more coaches, expanding access, and creating community-driven sports programming that puts kids and fun first. We're working on that story. We hope you'll join us.
Visit takebacksports.org to learn more.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Joe Fallon did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he commissioned a portrait of himself. Does Joe already know what he looks like? Yes. Do guests know what he looks like? Also yes. But not as art. It's Joe's savings, and if he wants to spend it on a velvet painting of himself with a white tiger at his feet, we say, roar, Joe, roar. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the